Thank you so much for being here today with us. Thank you for all of your contribution made on the first day of the conference. So, why this conference is a big deal? Well, today's conference includes 30 distinguished speakers, 30 different countries, and more than 200 participants. Today's discussions will focus on Islamophobia in Western Europe, basic human rights, Islamophobia in France, destruction and desecration of Islamic cultural and religious heritage, and gendered Islamophobia. Well, there are 4 sessions left for today. Now, dear ladies and gentlemen, let me to announce the launch of the plenary D, similarities and differences in the treatment of Muslims across Western Europe, basic human rights of the Muslim community. Please welcome to the stage the moderator of this panel, Mr. Sajjad Karim, CEO of Haider Global. Mr. Karim, you are welcome to invite to the stage your speakers.
Gunel, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants. I have a motto. You may start late, but I will always finish on time. So you can rest assured of one thing, this panel will conclude at the time that is stated. May I thank you all for being here so early today. As Gunel introduced, Plenary D is entitled Similarities and Differences in the Treatment of Muslims Across Western Europe, Basic Human Rights of the Muslim Community. I wanted to say a few words at the start of today's session, but as we are already running late and behind time, I have cut those comments down to a very bare minimum. Having served as a member of the European Parliament for 15 years, I have seen the very steady regression in terms of how politics and populist politics is starting to take hold. And in the European Parliament elections that are due to take place this year, we anticipate that there will be a further lurch to the extremes, particularly to the right, the far right. And this is a matter of very real grave concern, because the establishment of the European Union and its institutions and the European Parliament was in order to provide a protective framework for national governments and national parliaments when they faced extremist pulls. And today we are about to witness a move towards the right in that very protective layer at a European Union level. Equally, we see the developments that are taking place in the United States of America. And this is a time that the world, the globe, should be concerned. Because I speak as a European, as a British citizen, as a Westerner, who is extremely concerned today about the polarization and potential fragmentation that will exist if basic rights are not restored for all. And that is why today's topic is particularly pertinent. And may I thank the Baku Multicultural Center for having taken the leadership along with their partner organizations in making sure that the issue of Islamophobia is quite rightly highlighted. It is an issue that affects many places around the globe, but actually in terms of those who are willing to address it and tackle it, there is nobody taking leadership. So to see Azerbaijan stepping up in this way, organizing this conference for the second time now, and making sure that there is a platform for all of us to come together and to have this dialogue, I believe is extremely valuable. It is the right action at the right time. So I thank Azerbaijan for taking this step. May I, with those remarks, move on to calling my panelists. I'm very fortunate that I have an absolutely excellent lineup of panelists for you today. The first speaker that we will have is Mr. Eyman Maziek. He is from Germany. He is the president of the Central Council of Muslims in Germany. Would you kindly please make your way to the stage? Thank you. Welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you. Our second panelist is Dr. Muhammad Sadiq Hamid. He is also from the United Kingdom. He is a research fellow at the University of Wales, Trinity St. David. Would you kindly make your way to the stage? Mr. Gunduz Ismailov is from Azerbaijan. He is the deputy chairman of the State Committee on Religious Associations. Mr. Brahim Letous from Belgium. He is the General Director of the European Development and Research Academy. Mr. Ahsan Hamid from Pakistan. He is the Executive Director, Policy Research Center, based in Islamabad. Kindly join us on the stage. And finally, but not least, Professor Raymond Taras from Canada. He's Professor of Politics at the Tulane University in New Orleans. Kindly join the stage. I will now take my seat. My apologies. My apologies. Dr. Wolfgang Oscher from Austria. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you. I will now take my seat. So, dear panelists, thank you very much. I know many of you have put in a huge amount of preparation for your presentations today. And on behalf of the audience, may I show our appreciation in advance for all of that preparation that you have done. And I will now very swiftly move on to calling each of you one at a time. Please do kindly try and stick to the time limits that you have been provided so that I can keep my promise of closing the session on time. If I may firstly come to you, Mr. Eyman Maziek from Germany. The paper that you have authored is In Group-Focused Enmity and Racism, There Should Be No Differences in the Treatment of Victims. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Salatu wassalam ala Rasulullah wa sahbihi ajma'in. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear brothers and sisters, I would like to say Assalamu alaikum, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the Republic of Azerbaijan very much for the invitation, especially Mr. Rowan Hazanov and the Executive Director of Baku International Multiculturalism Center, and Mr. Farid Shayaev, Chairman of the Center of Analysis of International Relations. My Central Council of Muslims in Germany is an umbrella organization of currently 19 Islamic associations and over 9 national associations because of German constitutions is federal. It was founded in 1987 and covers over 300 mosques and several Muslims associations, including Arab, Turkish, German, Balkan, and the communities. Thus, our council represents the whole diversity of Muslims living, also religions, directions in Germany. Our major goal is to promote the Islamic faith and spirituality in Germany and to enable and ease Muslims their religion. Moreover, the Central Council of Muslims in Germany pursuits without bending the religions, contemporary comprehensions of Islamic sources, which takes into account these issues of modern life and the emergence of a Muslim's identity in Europe. Thus, this would be the most sustainable contributions of Muslims in Germany and Germany itself for the dialogue of religions and the peace in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the foundation is now jeopardy due to the open of subtle form of anti-Muslim racism. During my visit last year, where I also met Mr. Hasanov, here in Baku, I was impressed by the solid, scientifically grounded and moderate approach of the Multiculturalism Center in combating Islamophobia. Therefore, I can only congratulate an organization such a conference for the second time. It decisively contributes to keeping an eye on civilization and human progress while simultaneously combating attacks on the pillars of our democracies, which is particularly encouraged by right-wing groups and ideologies in Western countries. Because Islamophobia affects us all, not only directly the directly affected, but also in its interaction. It affects Jews, Christians, and minorities. Why? Because it provides projections and field of actions for all those who seriously question equality and rights. The President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Ilham Aliyev, rightly pointed out in his opening speech yesterday, I quote, "Such manifestations also deprive humankind of the ideals of humanism and universal values, ultimately resulting in civilizational conflicts." And one of the most indigenous forms of the discrimination and racism is the maintenance of double standard. When some denounce human rights violations, they often only do this with regards to others. When freedom of speech and freedom of religion are denounced, it's usually somewhere in foreign land, not here in the West. Yes, even if the holiest of the holy of Muslims, namely the Quran, is already burned in the name of political and art of freedom, although this action is in addition to violating freedom of religion, would have to be criminally punished in almost of European countries. Just imagine if a right-wing mob were to burn the Torah in the same way, what would happen? Rightly so, we would portray this as an anti-Semitic act of deeply barbaric, backward civilization that we believed we had long left behind. But not with Muslims. Why? When Muslims commit terrorism based on ideologically distorted views of pervert Islam, it must be named as terrorism. This applies also when a terrorist is of presumed Jewish or Christian origin. It's called terrorism, not Christian terrorism or atheist terrorism or Jewish terrorism, because terror has no religion. But Muslims also demand the same in public commentary when Muslims commit terror. Those who do not do so are applying double standards and thus making themselves unbelievable. Yes, as sarcastic as it may sound, Islamophobia makes the latter possible. That's why it remains a violent act against any civilizational understanding, whether it stems from faith or from secular or from enlightened thought. That's why Islamophobia concerned us all, Muslim as well as the religions and adherents of all peaceful word we use. And that's why unequal treatment in the examinations of racism phenomena must come to an end, and end because human rights and equality before the law are not divisible. They apply universally, and there's no first or second class treatment of people. Those who are willing to address this unequal treatment legitimize their serious struggle against the source of humanity called racism and misanthropy. Ladies and gentlemen, such good and right has already been said here in the conference that I definitely do not want to repeat today. Therefore, I would like to conclude by giving 5 points for thought here. 1, we need networking of the acting persons, especially in Western countries, to counteract the growing threat of Islamophobia. This conference promotes this compatibility and can be catalyzed for it. 2, we must confront the mistakes of the past. Prevention against extremism remains one of the core tasks of Muslim communities. However, it must not, on the flip side, lead to more Islamophobia or create it. However, I cite it also that political groups that instrumentalize Islam for violent action are unmasked for more clearly by us than before. 3, Islamophobia is contempt for humanity, especially when it's trivialized. Often this marks the beginning of the end, because freedom, democracy, and the rule of law are inherently anti-racist. 4, acceptance of double standards in whatever form leads to incredibility and, over time, weakens societal cohesion. It leads to the relativizations, devaluations, and thus the subject of tactical political maneuvers of all forms of racism. This also applies to anti-Semitism, anti-Egyptism, and other forms of misanthropy. 5, it's not enough to combat any form of racism solely through poor scientific and rational approaches. It also requires a dialogical, empathic, and enlightening component to accept and respects the other in the individual distinctiveness. Civilizational, interreligious, and intercultural dialogue on an equal footing must always accompany this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ayman. Moving swiftly on to our second contribution today from our speaker, Dr. Mohammed Sadiq Hamid, who authored Islamophobia in Europe, Still a Challenge for Us All, a British case study. Dr. Hamid, the floor is yours.
So, Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. It's so nice to be here, and I am very grateful to the organizers of this fantastic conference, and it has been a very, very nice experience. We certainly appreciate the hospitality and the due care and diligence that has been obviously taken care of, and I certainly am finding it very interesting to listen to all the presentations and meet so many people who are concerned about this issue. And this issue of Islamophobia, unfortunately, it's unfortunate to the extent that we have to have a conference talking about what is clearly an obvious threat to societal stability, social harmony, and the world in general, really. It has become one of the most defining features of our world today and the countries that we live in. We're talking about Europe, and I myself am a citizen of the UK. So my presentation is really to provide a broad overview, an introduction into how Islamophobia has manifested in the UK. Using Britain as a case study, I will provide some context by reiterating some of the themes that have already been mentioned in the conference so far by various speakers. Unfortunately, it's something that I guess we've got to the point where, I mean, I personally, I do wonder, my observations is this. I think we're sitting in the room, I think most of us are Muslims. We are very clear about what is happening, how it has happened, and what the implications are. And while it's really important to understand the causes, the history, the factors that have led us to this crisis, which really I think it is a crisis, I'm personally more interested about what we can do to address the issue. But to understand any problem, we have to understand the causes. So it seems to me that we have reached a tipping point in the UK and Europe-wide in that the idea of Islamophobia itself, while there's no disagreement, I think, in this room, that it is a social and a global challenge, large parts of our European societies, and sadly, governments themselves, don't consider it a problem, don't consider it a challenge. And it's become normalized and mainstreamed within the political discourse and media discourse of many societies. Now, that's not a theoretical or academic statement. It's a reality for Muslim communities and those who look like Muslims. It has consequences. It's spiked a sentiment, it's raised a fear, and it's created tensions in a way that we really haven't seen for a long time, especially in the last 20 years. There's been an intersection and a convergence of various dynamics, ancient racial hatreds, populist sentiments, and fear that has converged and manifested in the normalization of discrimination against Muslims in Europe and outside of Europe. What we have seen in the last few years is the inaction of racist laws, policies, and practices, which really should have no place in Europe, given what Europe claims to represent in terms of its values. The obvious discrepancy between the values that European states proclaim and what is actually happening on the ground, in communities, at the grassroots, is resulting in systematic discrimination of Muslims in various areas of life. It reduces, impacts their social mobility, their life expectancy, healthcare, employment, education, and treatment within the justice system. Not to mention the fact that it results in various forms of hostility and increased hatred of Muslims for being Muslims or looking like Muslims. This discrimination, intolerance, prejudice translates into not only words and the unspoken discrimination that is institutional, it results in actual hate crime and violence against Muslims. And, you know, again, I don't need to reiterate the fact that it has resulted in the attacks on masjids, on Islamic centers, physical attacks on people. And when Muslims are targeted in this way, unfortunately, most of this physical violence is directed at Muslim women. Even the dead are not left spared, as we see a rise of attacks on Muslim cemeteries. These incidences are increasing throughout EU member states and have been well documented in various reports. What's really troubling, I think, from a systemic point of view and from a policy level, is the fact that anti-Muslim narratives have converged and been appropriated by governments themselves. This has created a feedback loop which is reinforced in the media. And it's quite astonishing, really, if you think about it. Things that are being said now by governments, by leaders of countries and states, weren't possible, were not said even 5 years ago, 10 years ago. But this was a discourse and the territory of the far right. But now they've been adopted by so-called mainstream. And all of this has consequences, and it has turned large sections of European societies against its Muslim minorities and people of color, and essentially it's created a really hostile environment. So clearly Islamophobia is a challenge for us all, and it's increasingly going to increase to rise as one of the most critical factors in the next coming period, in the next few years. And it's a troubling reality. Now, just to focus and finish really on mentioning a couple of examples from the UK of this state institutionalized racism. I mean, just this last week we've had so many incidents of politicians, senior members of the government of the UK, targeting Muslims, talking about Islam being a problem. We've had the Muslim mayor of London being described as being under the control of Islamists by a senior British politician, Lee Anderson. I mean, it's an astonishing claim, and he had to apologize, but he didn't really apologize. He still stands by his claims. Somehow, the mayor of London has loyalties elsewhere. I mean, in the last 3 months or so, we've seen a 2,000 reported instances, just the reported instances of Islamophobia. So words have consequences, and when senior politicians are making these statements, it's very serious, because it gives the green light to the far right. We had another senior MP who has suggested that London has become a no-go area. That's incredible. London has become a no-go area for who? The person who makes these statements, has he been to London? I wonder. Of course he has. But again, words have consequences, and there has been a direct correlation between those statements and Muslim women being run over by a car in London recently. We've had instances of people being arrested for planning to attack Islamic centers in Leeds. So these are just a couple of many, many instances of the rise of Islamophobia, and it's part of a deeper problem that is rooted in Britain's colonial history. And I think it's mentioned by other speakers that it's really part of a deep-seated fear of Muslims and its European historical relationship with Muslim societies and Muslim civilization. The fear of being taken over, the idea of being displaced. And those were, again, minority discourses which now have been co-opted by the mainstream, by the media class, by the political class, and it has been amplified by anti-immigrant far-right groups and boosted by white supremacist, nationalist, Zionists, and Hindutva supporters. And this is what we've seen in the last couple of years in the UK. So with such a complex and difficult problem, it can't be left to Muslims themselves alone to deal with it, and it clearly requires a state response. And that's difficult in this environment, given that the government of the UK and even the opposition parties in the UK seem to be singing from the same hymn sheet. Islamophobia can be reduced by Muslim advocacy groups. It can be reduced by working with partners with our Christian, Jewish, Hindu, Sikh, and other faith groups in the UK. Muslims and non-Muslims can work together, and that bridge building and advocacy group work is taking place. But it's gone beyond that, and it really requires a change in direction and a resetting of the UK's relationship with Muslims. And my final thoughts are that while a number of policy changes need to be made, and the danger of Islamophobia as a very convenient way of misdirecting societal problems and scapegoating Muslims for the social and economic problems in European societies. And at the moment, what we're seeing now in the UK, with the elections looming, again, Muslim dissent, Muslim critiques of what is going on in Palestine is reduced to extremism. It's reduced to Muslims being a problem. And this problematizing frame of British Muslims is a very convenient way, which doesn't convince anybody except those people who have internalized Islamophobia. But the challenge is not, but I don't want to generalize all of the non-Muslim white population. At the same time, what we are seeing is and there's a lot of research to indicate that, more than anything, what makes a difference in changing people's attitudes, for those people who are not entrenched, who don't have anti-Muslim values entrenched in their outlook, is Muslims themselves being, living, interacting with the other. This idea of personal face-to-face friendships, human-to-human contact, is ultimately the thing that will dissolve Islamophobia in the long term. Attitudes and behavior can be changed and can be managed by legislation, can be changed by media representation, but I think it's when we as human beings come together and interact with one another that we can change and challenge Islamophobia in the long term. And that's just an introduction. I'm very happy to take questions, so thank you for listening.
Sorry for interrupting. We have really very interesting presentation, and yesterday also we had a bit complaint from the back rows. Please keep your conversation outside of this room, because for interpreters it's also very difficult to hear, and for some people back at the front it's very difficult to hear what is being said here. So sorry for this intervention, but it's important to keep the noise at the appropriate level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Hamid, for that contribution. I'll move swiftly on now to Mr. Ismailov, who is from Azerbaijan, in fact, Deputy Chairman of the State Committee on Religious Associations and author of Double Standards in Europe's Muslim Community, Causes and Contemporary Consequences. Mr. Ismailov, the floor is yours.
Təşəkkür edirəm. Çox sağ olun. Hörmətli konferans iştirakçıları, dəyərli dostlar, hər birinizi salamlayıram. Sabahınız xeyir olsun. Bugün sizlərlə fikirlərimi bölüşmək İslamofobiya ilə bağlı mənim üçün qürur vericidir və buna görə təşkilatçılara dərin təşəkkürümü bildirirəm. Dəyərli dostlar, mən çıxışıma başlamamışdan öncə bir məqama toxunmaq istəyirəm. Düz 17 il bundan öncə, 2007-ci ildə İspaniya ATƏT-ə sədrlik edirdi və İspaniyanın ATƏT-ə sədrliyi çərçivəsində Kordova şəhərində böyük bir konfrans keçirilirdi və həmin konfrans İslamofobiyaya həsr edilmişdi. Üzərindən 17 il keçib və belə bir sual yaranır. 17 il ərzində biz İslamofobiya ilə bağlı mübarizədə daha çox uğura nail olmuşuq, yoxsa vəziyyət daha da pisləşib? Yəqin ki, zalda oturanların hər kəs razılaşar ki, vəziyyət daha da pisləşib. Və belə bir sual yaranır. Səbəb nədir? İslamofobiya bugün yaranmış vəziyyətin səbəbi nədir? Xüsusilə Qərbdə, bəzi Avropa ölkələrində. Təbii ki, suala subyektiv hər kəsin cavabı ola bilər. Mənim şəxsi fikrimcə, burada da bu fikrə uyğun mövqelər səsləndi. Mənim fikrimcə, Avropanın bəzi ölkələrində İslamofobiyanın bu şəkildə güclənməsinin səbəbi odur ki, həmin ölkələrdə İslamofobiya yuxarıdan, daha doğrusu aşağıdan yuxarı deyil, yuxarıdan aşağı yayılır. Başqa ifadə ilə, İslamofobiya cəmiyyətdən dövlətə deyil, dövlət vasitəsilə cəmiyyətə doğru yayılır. Bəzi Avropa ölkələrində əsas problemin qaynağını mən bunda görürəm. Dəyərli dostlar, mən hətta bu fikri əsaslandırmaq üçün bir neçə məqamı sizlə bölüşmək istəyirəm. Məsələn, 2019-cu ildə Fransada dövlətə məxsus xidmət müəssisələrində müsəlmanları hədəf alan ayrı-seçkilik hallarının sayı 369 olduğu halda, özəl sektor müəssisələrində müsəlmanların üzləşdiyi ayrı-seçkilik hallarının sayı 197 olub. Başqa sözlə, deməli, dövlət müəssisələrində, Fransada dövlət müəssisələrində müsəlmanların ayrı-seçkilik halları özəl sektorda üzləşdikləri sektordan tərcümə yoxdur. Məndə elə gəldi ki, tərcümə getmir. Okay. Birini mən həll eləyə bilərəm. Demokratik cəmiyyətlərdə çözüm tükənmir. Dəyərli dostlar, mən qaldığım yerdən davam edim, çünki reqlamenti əməl etməliyim. O zaman qısaca bir özət keçim. Bəzi Avropa ölkələrində mən bilsəydim çıxışıma ingiliscə hazırlaşardım. Bəzi Avropa ölkələrində İslamofobiyanın səbəblərindən, əsas səbəblərindən biri kimi, bu mənim subyektiv fikrimdir, məhz İslamofobiyanın cəmiyyətdən yuxarı, aşağıdan yuxarı deyil, yuxarıdan aşağı yayılmasıdır. Yəni, İslamofobiyanın dövlət tərəfindən cəmiyyətə doğru yayılmasıdır. Bunu statistik faktlarla, statistik məlumatlarla da əsaslandırmaq mümkündür. Məsələn, 2019-cu ildə Fransada dövlətə məxsus xidmət müəssisələrində müsəlmanları hədəf alan ayrı-seçkilik hallarının sayı 369 olub. Amma özəl sektorda müsəlmanlara qarşı ayrı-seçkilik hallarının sayı 197 olub. Bu o deməkdir ki, Fransada müsəlmanlar daha çox dövlət müəssisələrində İslamofobiya halları ilə qarşılaşır, nəinki özəl sektorda. Ümumiyyətlə, Fransa və digər Avropa ölkələri, Almaniya, İngiltərə, İsveçrə, bunlarla bağlı konkret statistik məlumatlar var. Həmin statistik məlumatları mən qruplaşdıraraq ibadət evlərinin tikilməsi, müsəlmanların dini təhsili, müsəlmanların ümumiyyətlə dünyəvi təhsili, ha belə iqtisadi, sosial sahədə İslamofobiya ilə bağlı statistikaları sizinlə bölüşmək istəyirəm. Mənə elə gəlir ki, bu statistikaları bölüşdükdən sonra mən İslamofobiyanın bir çox hallarda dövlət tərəfindən yuxarıdan aşağıya doğru yayılması fikrini siz də təsdiqləmiş ola bilərsiniz. Məsələn, ibadət evlərinin tikilməsi ilə bağlı. Konkret Fransanın nümunəsində qeyd edə bilərik. Fransada 2500 məscid var. Təxminən 10%, əhalinin 10% müsəlmandır. Bu 6 milyon civarındadır, səhv eləmirəmsə. Bəlkə də 6 milyon müsəlman üçün 2500 məscidin çox olduğu düşünülə bilər. Amma iş orasındadır ki, 2500 məscidin mütləq əksəriyyəti yalnız bir otaqdan ibarətdir. İslam memarlığı üslubunda tikilən məscidlər yalnız ümumi məscidlərin 2%-ni təşkil edir. Və müsəlmanlar ibadət evlərini tikdikdə, mən burada minarələrin tikilməsinin, azanın verilməsinin, qanunla qadağan olunmasını, təbii ki, bunlar məlum faktlar olduğu üçün bəzi Avropa ölkələrində bunları hələ ki bir kənara qoyuram. Fransa nümunəsində müsəlman icmaları, təbii ki, ibadət evlərini əsasən tikənlər müsəlmanlardılar. Və müsəlmanların maddi imkanları, yerli müsəlmanların maddi imkanları bu məscidləri tikməyə imkan vermir çox vaxtı. Və kənar müsəlman ölkələrindən maddi dəstək aldıqda isə bu, Fransa dövləti tərəfindən təbii ki, etirazla qarşılanır. Bu, həmin ölkələrin Fransanı İslamlaşdırması kimi qiymətləndirilir. Başqa sözlə, faktiki olaraq Fransanın İslamlaşması dırnaq arasında fonunda müsəlmanların ibadət evləri, İslam memarlığına uyğun, məscid formasında ibadət evləri tikməsinə istər torpaq məsələsində, istər tikinti məsələsində problemlərlə qarşılaşırlar. Digər bir önəmli məqam nədir? Müsəlmanların məhz geyimləri ilə bağlıdır. Burada mənim həmkarım Britaniya nümunəsində qeyd etdi ki, ən çox məhz ayrı-seçkilik halına məruz qalanlar qadınlardır. Məsələn, Fransa timsalında qeyd edeyim ki, Fransada baş verən İslamofobiya faktlarının, ayrı-seçkilik faktlarının 80%-i qadınlarla bağlıdır, qadınlara yönəlikdir. Məhz qadınların geyimi ilə bağlıdır. Digər önəmli bir məqam isə müsəlmanların dini təhsil alması ilə bağlıdır. Bilirsiniz, bəzi Avropa ölkələrində, xüsusilə Fransada dövlət təhsil müəssisələrində dinlərlə bağlı biliklər verilmir. Bu biliklər yalnız özəl dini təhsil müəssisələrində verilir. Və Fransada özəl təhsil müəssisələrinin 20%-i, ümumi təhsil müəssisələrinin 20%-ni təşkil edir özəl müəssisələr. Müsəlmanların burada faiz nisbəti təbii ki, azdır. Bunun da səbəbləri var. İş ondadır ki, hansı özəl müəssisələr dövlətlə müqavilə bağlayırlarsa, həmin özəl müəssisələrdə müəllimlərin əmək haqqısı dövlət tərəfindən ödənilir. Məsələn, katolik, protestant, dini təhsil müəssisələrinin dövlətlə bu cür müqavilələri olduğuna görə onların müəllimlərinin məvacibi məhz Fransa dövləti tərəfindən ödənilir. Amma Fransada fəaliyyət göstərən müsəlman dini təhsil müəssisələri, özəl müəssisələrin bu cür müqavilə bağlamaq imkanları məhdud olduğu üçün onlar dövlətdən bu güzəştləri heç də hamısı əldə edə bilmirlər. Digər önəmli bir məqam nədir? Məhz təhsillə bağlıdır. Dəyərli dostlar, məsələn, Bəzi Avropa ölkələrində orta məktəbi bitirib, bizim ifadə ilə desək, orta məktəbi bitirib, ali məktəbdə təhsilini davam etmək üçün yetərlilik deyilən bir səviyyəni qazanan insanların, gənclərin statistikasına baxdıqda, məlum olur ki, bu gənclərin sayı, yəni müsəlman gənclərinin sayı, digər dinlərdən, digər xalqlardan olan gənclərin sayından qat-qat aşağıdır. Eyni zamanda, digər önəmli bir məqam isə ondan ibarətdir ki, özəl təhsil müəssisələrində müraciət etmək istəyən müsəlman gənclərin demək olar ki, 60%-dən yuxarısı imtina cavabı alır. Yeri gəlmişkən bu məqamda bir statistikanı da sizlə paylaşmaq istəyirəm. Statistika göstərir ki, müsəlmanlar Fransada sivilər, yəni tərcümeyi hallar təqdim etdikdə işə qəbul olmaq üçün onlar dini əqidələrini göstərmədikləri halda işə qəbul olunmaq faizləri %50-dən yuxarı artır. Eyni zamanda statistika onu göstərir ki, getdikcə bəzi Avropa ölkələrində, bu hətta Almaniya, İngiltərəyə də aiddir, müsəlmanlar sivlərini təqdim edərkən öz dini inanclarını göstərməməyə meyilli olurlar. Burada başqa bir iqtisadiyyatla bağlı, deməli, müsəlmanların sosial-iqtisadi vəziyyəti ilə bağlı bir neçə məqamı da sizlə bölüşmək istəyərəm. Bəzən açıq müzakirələrdə belə fikirlər səslənir ki, miqrantlara qarşı ikili standartlar əslində bəzən təkcə müsəlmanlara deyil, digər miqrantlara qarşı da yönəlir. Bəlkə də ilk baxışdan bu cür fikirləri haqq qazandırmaq olar. Amma statistikalar heç də bunu demir. Məsələn, bir sıra Avropa ölkələrində, İngiltərədə, Almaniyada, xüsusilə də Fransada, Avropanın digər, Şərqi Avropadan, o cümlədən İtaliyadan, İspaniyadan, Portuqaliyadan gələn miqrantlarla müqayisədə müsəlmanlar arasında işsizlik faizi daha çoxdur. Hətta qat-qat çoxdur. Bu, onu deməyə əsas verir ki, deməli, miqrantlar arasında da ayrı seçkilik, miqrantlara münasibətdə də ayrı seçkilikdə bunun bariz nümunəsidir. Dəyərli dostlar, mənim vaxtım azalır, amma bir neçə məqamı da sizinlə bölüşmək istəyirəm. Mən burada Dini Qurumlarla İşlə Dövlət Komitəsinin sədr mavini kimi təqdim edildim. Doğrudan da Dövlət Komitəsinin sədr maviniyəm. Amma çıxışımı sədr mavini kimi yox, bir müəllim kimi bitirmək istəyirəm. Dəyərli dostlar, mən həm də İlahiyyat İnstitutunun müəllimiyəm. Sual, prinsipial sual bundan ibarətdir. Çıxış yolu nədir? Mən tələbələrimə İslamofobiya ilə bağlı danışanda, tələbələrim təbii ki, gəncdirlər, onlar daha enerjidirlər, daha çılğın və belə ifadə mümkündürsə, daha emosionaldılar. Deyirlər ki, axı Fransa, Almaniya, ümumiyyətlə Avropa ölkələri, Qərb, bunlar güclü dövlətlərdir. Biz bunlara nə edə bilərik ki? Onlar dini təhsil alırlar təbii ki. Mən onlara hər zaman İslam Peyğəmbərinin bir hədisini xatırladıram. İslam Peyğəmbəri buyurur ki, haqsızlığa qarşı əlinizlə etiraz edin. Əgər əlinizlə bacarmırsınızsa, dilinizlə etiraz edin. Əgər onu da bacarmırsınızsa, haqsızın yanında dayanmayın, haqlının yanında dayanın. Bugün haqlı tərəf ortadadır və haqsızlığa etiraz edən tərəf də məlumdur. Bu Azərbaycandır. Deməli, mən təbii ki, burada ayrı seçkilik etmək istəmirəm. Haqlının yanında olmaq təkcə vicdani, dini deyil, həm də belə deyil, həm də insani bir məsələdir. Və sonuncu sözüm, dəyərli dostlar, tolerantlıq, multikulturalizm bizim ən çox danışdığımız mövzudur. Və bir Azərbaycanlı kimi, bir Azərbaycan ilahiyyatçısı kimi mənim xalqımın bu dəyərlərindən qürur duyduğum bir məqamdır. Avropa insan hüquqları, demokratiya, bəzən bizə sual verilir. Axı, multikulturalizm, tolerantlıq nə üçün bu qədər önəmlidir? Dəyərli dostlar, fakt bundan ibarətdir. Tolerantlıq, multikulturalizm, ümumiyyətlə vicdan azadlığı təkcə hüquqla əldə edilən bir məqam deyil. Avropa üçün bəlkə də tolerantlıq, multikulturalizm hüquq məsələsidir. Tolerantlıq bəlkə də yalnız hüquq məsələsidir. Amma bir Azərbaycanlı üçün burada zəldə bizim din xadimləri əyləşiblər, həm müsəlman, həm yahudi, həm xristiyan. Avropadan fərqli olaraq, Avropa ölkələrindən fərqli olaraq tolerantlıq bizim üçün təkcə hüquq məsələsi deyil, həm də mədəniyyət, mənəviyyat məsələsidir. Yəni, başqaları üçün hüquq norması olan bir məsələ bizim üçün mədəniyyət və mənəviyyat normasıdır. Dəyərli dostlar, bu həm də bir missiyadır, müqəddəs bir missiya, bəşəriyyəti xilas etmək, gələcəyi işıqlandırmaq missiyasıdır. Və burada oturan, bu ideyanı dəstəkləyən insanlar məhz işıqlı insanlardır, gələcəyə işıq daşıyan insanlardır. Bu işığı heç kim söndürə bilməz. Qoy həmişə işığımız gür olsun. Təşəkkür edirəm.
Mr. Ismailov, thank you very much for that contribution. Moving very swiftly on, and may I just kindly remind all the panelists to please stick to timekeeping. Mr. Brahim Letus from Belgium, who is the author of the paper, The Duty of Citizenship and Participations of Muslims in the European Union, Keys to Addressing Islamophobia. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Greetings of peace to all of you. First of all, I have, on behalf of IDARA, to thank the organizers, Baku International Multicultural Center, SEER Center, G20, and also the Baku Interfaith Group. And of course, we are here today to address Islamophobia, and I will speak as a researcher. In our think tank, we are focusing on a number of issues. One of them we are focusing on is development, empowerment, and empowerment of Muslims in Europe. I want to emphasize that the fact that Muslims in Europe are now today more and more seen as European Muslims. That means that they are citizens that are now more than 25 million Muslims in whole of Europe. And we are gathered here in this beautiful country known for his rich history and diverse cultural heritage. I will say also that in Europe we have also these pluralistic communities. We have Christians, we have Jewish, we have and therefore we found in the literature, for example, still today that we speak about Christian, Jewish tradition, but nowadays we have also a number of Muslims. We cannot oversee them. And addressing Islamophobia from an active approach, if we can say, then I think they have to look at it from an active approach. That means that they have to participate as Muslims, as citizens. And the citizenship means that you have rights and duties and also responsibilities. And these responsibilities, for example, when we see since the attacks occurred in my country where I came from Belgium, for example, on 20 March 2016, there are terrorist attacks, and it's in name of Islam that it's occurred. Of course, we as Muslims, what we do is at the federal parliament, we commemorate the victims also as Muslims to say this incidents and these attacks can never be associated with our religion because we are also Muslims. And that is a very important point, I think, to mention that as Muslims we have also to work on a new Islamic discourse, because if we want to make a change in our communities and surely also as citizens, as European Muslims in Europe, we have to come with alternatives. We have to come with concrete solutions. And one of the concrete solutions, as we saw, is, for example, the renewing of the Islamic discourse. And that means that we have to work. I give you one example. Some of our preachers, our imams and theologians are still on Friday preaching, for example, one of the hadith that is well known of our speaking of our Prophet ﷺ, who says, whoever deceives, who make deception to us is not from us. That is one version of hadith, but they forget there is another authentic hadith also who says, whoever deceives, man ghasha falaysa minna, who deceives is not a follower of the Prophet. That means we don't make a distinction between a Muslim or not Muslim. As Muslims in Europe, we have to make this discourse very clearly and to make this statement that we are a part of Europe, of course, but we have also to take our responsibility. And therefore, my topic was, you can never, there is a correlation between rights and duties. You can never make a distinction that we only have the rights as Muslim. And we have to make the nuance, because in my country also, in Belgium, the Islam is recognized since 1974, and it's, you have public schools, you have imams who are recognized by the Ministry of Justice. We have more than 3,000 teachers who teach Islam in the governmental schools. We have those who are works in prisons as counselors and so on. So we will not forget that these rights are given, of course, with the legal, from a legal view, but at the same time, the Muslims are a big responsibility to continue to participate and to contribute to their community, because they are a part of them. Another thing that I have also to highlight is, for example, the elections are coming, and I see that the participation of members of parliament, the statistics said that only 11 of Muslims with Muslim backgrounds has elected to the European Parliament, and now we will held European elections, and it's still very low. So this participation, I think, if we want to change policy, they have to involve in this participation correctly. Of course, I wanted also to mention that Islamophobia is a pressing issue in Europe and impacting the life of million Muslims as citizens. And addressing this phenomenon requires a multifaceted approach. One, as I said, involves an active participation of Muslims, but also the correlation between rights and duties, and of course, by giving alternatives and to take this responsibility and to provide insights how empowering Muslim citizens. We, as Idara, as research center, we have made a few of publications, for example, how the making of religious leaders in Europe, one of our books that we did with 22 researchers and 7 universities. And at the same time now, just a few weeks ago, we gathered from different countries women leaders who to be involved also in this domain, in this field. And at the same time, we are opening a dialogue with our European institutions, like the European Council, like the European Parliament, like the Federal Parliament. As I said, that is the way that we believe in it, the way of dialogue, the way how to foster this interfaith and this understanding between Muslim citizens and institutions. And when we say Muslims, Muslims have three different levels. First of them is as individuals, and we see if there is no renewal of Islamic discourse, then they act as they think. It's correct. And the second is as institutions. And we are very weak when we see our institutions, for example, they have to take action in taking these responsibilities and to come with solutions. The third level of being Muslims in Europe is also as a community, to act from a group and as Muslims in our mosques, as we heard. And of course, these are safe havens because the studies show us if the Muslims feel safe in the mosque, they will participate more and more in these elections. Finally, I think Islamophobia, as one of our Moroccan philosophers said, Mustafa Abdurrahmani said, our modernity can only be reality real when it has built one condition, and this condition is to have ethics. He said we cannot remove from a participation, an equal participation, if we are not has this ethical and this contribution in our communities, and I mean in the European communities. So this contribution on an ethical dimension is very, very important. Our approach to combat Islamophobia, as I said, is through active participation of Muslims. And the EU promotes the concept of citizenship. They promote the fundamental aspects of its integration projects. Citizenship in the EU is characterized by a set of rights and responsibilities. So Islamophobia has an impact, yes, on different Muslims in Europe, but it manifests in various forms. So if we are not looking to this populist rhetoric, what is the roots of them, then we cannot make a good analysis of this. Empowering Muslims through active participation, but at the same time promoting inclusive policies and practices for European institutions. Education and awareness as a tool for change is very important. Therefore, we speak about the renewing of the Islamic discourses. In conclusion, addressing Islamophobia in Europe requires a comprehensive approach that involves this active participation of Muslim citizens, and by leveraging the rights and duties in the EU framework of citizenship, policymakers, civil societies, organizations, individuals, and the broader community, as I said, can work towards creating an inclusive and tolerant society and empowering Muslim citizens through political engagement and inclusive policies. And educational initiative is essential for changing Islamophobia and promoting social cohesion in Europe. Thank you.
Brahim, thank you for that contribution, and thank you for sticking to your time. I have 15 minutes left and 3 final contributors, so I'll move swiftly on to Mr. Hassan Hamid, who has authored the paper Rise of the Far-Right Parties in Europe and Threat of Discrimination Against Muslims. Hassan, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. The problem with being one of the last speakers is that we are always left with little time, but I'll try to keep my speech to the point and succinct. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to start by appreciating the Baku International Multiculturalism Center and EAR Center for the second edition of the Islamophobia Conference. It is indeed a great service, I believe, to the Muslim world and to the Muslim across the world that Azerbaijan and government of Azerbaijan is helping organize this conference. Azerbaijan, I believe, is an example for the world to look up to in terms of its diversity and multiculturalism and how people of different faith are living harmoniously and peacefully in this country. And I believe that Azerbaijan's goal of from tolerant country to a tolerant world is something that other countries, especially European countries, can adopt. And I'd also like to bring to your attention that as a Pakistani, I'm proud that my country was one of the 2 countries, along with Turkey, that co-sponsored the resolution, United Nations resolution on Islamophobia that was adopted on March 15. And I'm proud that my country played a very important part in it. Islamophobia has emerged as a new form of racism with an added gender aspect, as girls and women are targeted due to their dress and notion that they are oppressed. Islamophobia is also finding purchase in the political sphere, including discriminatory travel bans and visa restrictions, and discourse among far-right groups for electoral gains, which is actually the topic of my speech today. In recent years, we have seen that Western Europe has witnessed a notable surge in support for far-right political movements. These parties, often espousing nationalist ideologies, have capitalized on the economic vulnerabilities, migration challenges, and sense of cultural anxiety to gain traction among the electorate. As they ascend to positions of power, the rhetoric and policies have increasingly targeted minority communities, with Muslims often finding themselves at the forefront of the discriminatory practices. The rise of Islamophobia in the Western Europe is deeply intertwined with the anti-immigrant statements propagated by these far-right parties. This has manifested in the form of restricted immigration policies, surveillance measures, targeting Muslim communities, and surge in hate crimes. Furthermore, these far-right parties exploit social and cultural anxieties to advance an exclusionary narrative that seek to undermine the principles of diversity and inclusivity that are foundational to the Western democracies, or they believe so. The rhetoric often revolves around misconceptions and stereotypes portraying Muslims as a threat to national security, cultural cohesion, and societal values. The propagation of Islamophobia by European far-right politicians is a complex and multifaceted phenomena driven by a combination of political, social, and economic factors. Understanding the motivations behind the rhetoric requires an examination of several factors, which include identity politics, number 1. Far-right politicians often capitalize on the identity politics to appeal to a sense of national identity and cultural homogeneity. They frame Islam as a perceived threat to these ideals, fostering a narrative that positions Muslims as outsiders who challenge the traditional fabric of European societies. Populism and anti-immigration sentiment is another thing that they play on. Islamophobia frequently intersects with anti-immigrant sentiments. Far-right leaders in Europe have exploited public opinion and concerns about immigration, portraying Muslims as a cultural and economic threat. Economic anxieties, as you all know, that Europe has, post-COVID, it has especially experienced economic turmoil. So these far-right politicians tend to use that as a weapon against Muslims and fuel disparities, fuel resentment and fear, providing fertile ground for far-right politicians to propagate Islamophobic narratives. Security concerns, especially after 9/11 has been another weapon used against Muslims. Far-right leaders often exploit fears related to national security. They portray Islam as an ideological adversary, linking it with terrorism and violence. This fear-mongering allows them to allocate far more stringent security measures and justify policies targeting Muslim communities. Media influence is another important thing, and I think the Western media has been really biased towards Muslims, and they play a crucial role in shaping public perception, but far-right politicians use these media platforms to amplify Islamophobic messaging, contributing to further reinforcement of those stereotypes. And I think the far-right politicians in Europe have used Islamophobia as an electoral strategy, frequently using it as a tool for electoral gains by tapping into the public anxieties and leveraging anti-Muslim statements. They seek to consolidate their voter base. Global events have also shaped the Islamophobic trends. We have seen that, for instance, pro-Palestinian protesters in Europe have been branded as anti-Semitic by these far-right groups in Europe, and these groups have used this as an excuse to advance their Islamophobic agenda. Some governments across Europe have also adopted legislation that discriminates against Muslims. Claims of countering extremism have been used to justify the closure of mosques in France and Austria, and to ban the construction of new minarets in Switzerland. In Denmark, children born into immigrant communities must be separated 35 hours each week from their families to learn Danish. The government of Austria and France have identified Islamic separatism and political Islam as national security concerns without clearly defining those terms or requiring a relation to use or the advocacy of violence. Islamophobic language by high-ranking politicians, mostly for the far right, normalizes a dehumanizing and racist language when it comes to the portrayal of Muslims. We can look at a few examples from European politics, especially the far-right politics on Islamophobia. Following the game between the French and Moroccan teams 2 years ago, armed and hooded groups violently attacked Moroccan supporters in the streets of several French cities. One young teenager was brutally murdered by a car that ran over him. In Netherlands, up till recently, Geert Wilders, a very far-right politician, was in the driving seat of discussion for forming bringing up a coalition government, paving the way for him to potentially become the first far-right Prime Minister of Netherlands. And it's not just his party, by the way. The third party, the VVD, and the fourth party, NSC, are more towards the right side of the political spectrum. A former judge and MP of the Greek wing ruling party, Nea Demokratia, insinuated that the phone tapping of Muslim MPs should be allowed. Very concerning. In Slovenia, a prominent member of the centrist SDC party accused governing Social Democratic Party of Islamization and Shariatization and massive imports of Arabs into Slovenia. In February of 2022, the official page of the government of Slovenia published tweets stating, Ukrainian refugees are coming from the environment which is in cultural, religious, and historical sense something completely different as the environment from which the refugees from Afghanistan are coming. In France, Islamophobia is tied into the political figures. French leaders have consistently called for targeting radical Islam and for pushing a French version of Islam. Marine Le Pen, a far-right politician, is known for her extreme Islamophobic statements. She was the contender for the French presidency. Political rhetoric has created an environment where Islamophobic statements are on the rise. The individualized attack, since 2020, Islamophobic attacks in France have increased by almost 50%. Generally, and it is true for across Europe, the incidents of Islamophobia are underreported because Muslim immigrants feel that the system is structured in a way that these complaints and grievances would fall on deaf ears. So whatever statistics we are hearing in this conference or generally reading in reports are just a fraction of what is actually happening over there. Last year, lawmakers in France backed a ban on wearing the hijab and other conspicuous religious symbols in sports competitions. The amendment was proposed by the right-wing Republican Party, which argued that hijab could risk the safety of athletes wearing it while playing sports. I would like to conclude by saying that it is crucial for the international community to recognize the dangers posed by the rise of far-right movements and their impact on Muslim population in the Western Europe. The discrimination faced by Muslims extend beyond mere rhetoric. It translates into policies that curtail their rights, limit their opportunities, and perpetuate a cycle of marginalization. As we deliberate on the strategies to combat Islamophobia, it is essential to address the root causes that contribute to the rise of far-right ideologies. Promoting education, fostering intercultural dialogue, and challenging misinformation are pivotal steps in countering the divisive narratives that fuel discrimination. Moreover, fostering alliances between communities, religious, and policymakers can create a united front against tolerance. Before I conclude, I want to leave a few questions to you, the audience, to think upon them and ponder upon them while you go back to your respective countries. I want to ask how the world leaders can effectively tackle Islamophobia at the international forums, and the Muslim world leaders especially, and have they done enough? My next question is that what more can the powerful Muslim countries do to leverage their relations with the Europe so it can reverse some of its Islamophobic policies? And my last question to you is that how can we educate Europe and in general the Western world about the true meaning of Islam? Have we done that? Thank you so much for your time, and I would like to conclude by narrating a poem, a verse from the poem of our national poet Allama Iqbal, is that Khuda kare ke mere arz-e paak pe utre, wo fasl-e gul jise andesha-e zawal na ho. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hassan, and thank you for sticking to time. May I move swiftly on now to Professor Taras, who is author of the paper Understanding Why Islamophobia Never Sleeps, Dissecting European Pathways. Professor Taras, please take the floor.
Thank you very much. First of all, as always, my deep thanks to the organizers. Second of all, I also like the presenters and what they've talked about, and so I've taken a lot of notes and think that been much better informed about various issues in these presentations. I also want to change the nature of my topic, and so I'm going to talk in a much more kind of postmodern way, which means fragmented and decentered. There's no point in going through my paper and taking a lot of time at this stage. Okay, so just a couple of things. When I left New Orleans in Louisiana in the United States, I gave one last talk to my students who were taking a course in European governments, and what I found out was that they really were not interested in Islamophobia. So the title of my talk to my students was Understanding Islamophobia. And the laptops went up and people were not paying any attention to me. I got very, very upset about this. I hope this isn't a kind of an indication of lack of interest in the United States about Islamophobia. Okay, a couple of other things that I'm going to just choose from the talks that I heard. The importance of Western intervention. So I'm really off target, but some colleagues have been talking about the importance of Western interventions in causing so much Islamophobia, and I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. A lot of times we're talking these days about decolonizing our syllabus, but we shouldn't ever forget that there is so much neo-colonialism taking place at the present time. So instead of decolonizing our syllabi, let's take a hard look at neo-colonialism. Yes, I completely agree with the rights and duties, completely agree with rights and duties in trying to find a kind of connection in Europe of Muslims with the country that they've resided in. I'm very interested also in, there's something called the Bristol School of Multiculturalism. It includes Tariq Madood, Nasser Mir. I've done a lot of work with them in past years. And they basically believe in the importance of hyphenated British Muslims, So this is one way of making sure that instead of looking at multiculturalism, you really incorporate what Muslim citizens are going to be treated if they become British Muslims. I always stress the importance of tolerance. In my recent book, just out a couple of months ago, I really highlight how tolerance, rather than other aspects like multiculturalism, are so crucial. We've got to be tolerant towards each other. I've also noted how domestic factors about creating Islamophobia, especially in this region, are very important to look at. I mean, I tried to get some information about Iranian Islamophobia. I asked a colleague, and he was unable to deliver it in time. But anyway, those are the type of things that I would like to learn much more about. And then finally, I would talk about the importance about Muslim agency. Muslim agency, the ability of Islam, Muslims, communities, individuals that may be important in creating a much more multipolar world. This is really where international relations stands at the present time, a multipolar world. There seems to be a shift in terms of BRICS, for example, towards a multipolar world. But I think Muslims, especially in Europe, must do their part and push it along much more speedily. And so there's little time to talk about liberal agendas because liberals are not liberal in the 21st century. People like Erich Fromm, who wrote a book about the open society and its enemies, which basically means you batter the people that oppose you. I have no time for that. I don't think a lot of people have time when you start dissecting. That's why Edward Said is so much more important. And then one of the last and then I'll just end on this particular note. To classify Islamophobes, those perpetrators of anti-Muslim attitudes, as racists, it makes for bad politics. It makes for bad politics if truthful scholarship. It credits perpetrators with a chiliastic, even though repugnant, vision and transforms their shallow stereotypes of Muslims as racially different into deep structures. So from some kind of more superficial to deep structures is what these Islamophobes are trying to do. It has the unintended effect of racializing political ideas and movements. And so the Manichaean worldview of Islamophobes should not be reproduced by their opponents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Taras. And for the final contribution today, if I may move on to Dr. Wolfgang Oscher, who is the author of the paper, The Dynamics of Anti-Muslim Sentiment, Comparative Insights Based on the ISSP 2018. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's not easy to be the last one, but at least I prepared some slides. I hope that works out to keep your attention in the next 8 minutes. Yeah, can you please turn on? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, first of all, I also want to thank the organizers for inviting me and for organizing this great conference. My presentation is slightly different because I'm not focusing so much on the political level, more on the micro level of the citizens and analyzing the attitudinal dynamics of the citizens. I consider myself as a survey researcher, sociologist, and I want to give you some comparative insights based on the International Social Survey Program. That's an established initiative doing global surveys, and they did one survey in 2018 with a special module on religion, and I want to show you some data with a special emphasis on the United States and on Austria. To start with the context in the West, from a sociological perspective, many people in the West have now the impression of living in a polycrisis. We have all the wars, we have the climate change, we have the energy crisis, the inflation, and this leads really to an increase in future pessimism in the West. And future pessimism is quite crucial because it leads to polarizations, value polarizations, cultural cleavages, and you can see that the right-wing populists especially capture those fears, and are then highly relevant to instrumentalize those fears, and they quite often also blame immigrants for these processes of social declines, immigrants on the one hand and Muslims in particular. When it comes to the situation of Austria, I would say that Austria is quite a typical case. In that respect that we have these right-wing movements, they are quite strong, and even the Conservative Party has instrumentalized this anti-Islam agenda in politics. On the other hand, there is also another side of the coin, which is quite important. That's the early recognition of Islam in Austria due to the Islam Act of 1912. So it has created one of the oldest and most progressive relationships towards Islam in Western Europe. So the picture is rather mixed, and we can also say that Muslims have their long established rights in Austria, and there is also a fruitful interreligious dialogue. When it comes to the United States, of course, people are far more aware that they are living in multicultural societies compared to Austria, and there is also this more prominent role of religion in the United States, which may lead to more inclusive and tolerant understandings of religion compared to European countries which are more secularized. When it comes to survey data, we have to say that comparative survey data on attitudes towards Muslims are rather scarce. There are just a few established scales on Islamophobia, but they are not used in a comparative sense. I also developed one scale and published it in the Islamophobia Journal in 2017. But the International Social Survey Program just has a few indicators which base our discussion maybe on more solid grounds. And I want to show you one global picture here, because there is at least one indicator measuring positive versus negative attitudes towards Muslims on a 5-point scale. And what we see here, that the attitudes in Georgia and Russia, for instance, are from the majority rather positive. When it comes to the Anglo-Saxon countries, United States, New Zealand, or Great Britain, we have about 40% only viewing Muslims positive, but only 20% viewing them more or less negative. And the Europe picture, the Western European picture, is also quite similar. We have only about 1/4 of the people, of the citizens, viewing Muslims positive, but nearly 30% in many countries viewing them already negative. The majority views them neutral. Finland is a negative outlier here, also quite interesting, dates back to 2018. But what we already discussed, Islamophobia is really a global phenomenon, because when you look at Asian countries, for instance, Japan or South Korea, you can see that only about 5 to 10% view Muslims positively, and especially in South Korea, we have more than 50% already viewing Muslims negatively. And also Eastern Europe is quite important. When you look at the Slovak Republic, the Czech Republic, or Hungary, you can also see that the rates of positively viewing Muslims are far less compared to Western Europe, for instance. I have unfortunately no time to refer to this scale we established for the Austrian context to view the attitudes towards Muslims more with details, but I can show you at least some dynamics and main antecedents of Islamophobia in Austria and in the United States. I separated between 3 levels of explanations. We have these socio-demographic and structural characteristics, these processes of social disintegration I managed, and factors concerning religious attitudes and beliefs. And here it's quite interesting. When we look at Austria, we can see that age matters. The older the people are, the more critical they are towards Muslims, and this starts already with 30 to 44 years. We see that there is a small effect that females are less critical towards Muslims than men, and we have also this cleavage between urban and rural regions. People in urban areas are far more tolerant towards Muslims. Political disenchantment plays a role in Austria, and interestingly also religion has quite a strong influence, meaning that people emphasizing the role of religion in society, creating meaning through religion, or are susceptible to spirituality, they are far more tolerant towards Muslims in Austria. Superstition has a negative effect. It's connected to conspiracy belief, also to authoritarian attitudes. When we move on to the picture of the United States, we can see some similarities but also differences. It's interesting that ethnicity plays a role, black people being far more tolerant, than the other people. Education plays a role here, more direct effect compared to Austria. And when we look at religion, it not really plays a role. We have just certain groups such as Protestants or people without confession being more critical towards Muslims. I come to the end and to my main conclusions. It's quite interesting that religious beliefs and attitudes only have an effect in Austria. There is no additional explanatory power in the United States, maybe because of the generally higher relevance of religion, which leads maybe to more tolerance also to other religious groups compared to Europe. And it seems that people having an inclusive understanding of religion, at least in Austria, are less prejudiced. That already goes back to Alport and Ross from the 1960s. And people with no confession, especially in the US, show more prejudice towards Muslims. We can also say that cleavages in society are clearly visible. There are these direct effects, specifically with regard to black people, education, domicile in the United States, rather indirect effects in Austria. And to a general conclusion, I think distribution conflicts, which are mainly relevant in the United States, are really pronounced, and in Europe these identity conflicts gain more and more importance, and we have to say that it's very unlikely that these cleavages in Western societies decrease in the near future. I want to end this panel with some glimmers of hope, at least, because survey research shows that there is no trend towards more ethnocentrism or more Islamophobia in Western societies. There is a slight trend towards more acceptance of cultural diversity when you look at the level of the citizens, and especially the younger generations. They might act as advocates to counter racism too. And I want to end with that, and I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you for the attention. And thank you for the time I had to present the results.
Dr. Wolfgang, thank you very much for that contribution. I have literally 1 minute, if I'm sticking to time, Revan, for contributions, but I may need to extend that slightly. I have one contribution right at the front.
Honorable Chair, thank you so much. I'll be as brief as possible. The Cambridge Dictionary defines Islamophobia as unreasonable dislike or fear of prejudice against Muslims and Islam. It has become a political currency in Western Europe. Everyone has said so, and people are using it, the state is using it, as very aptly said by Mr. Ismailov, to whip up the sentiments and get the votes. We are trying our bid, dialogue, conferences, trying to explain that we believe in the Abrahamic religions. But what next? How to actually convince the states to do something against Islamophobia? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that small contribution and question. I have one further input at the front, please. Could you please bring the mic back to the front? Just to the front.
Dini qurumlarla iş üzrə Dövlət Komitəsi Sədr Müavini Səyabi Şeydarov. Cənab Səccad, mən bir ricam var ki, biz dinləyicilərin də hüquqlarını nəzərə alaq, sual üçün bizə bir balaca dözüm nümayiş etdirəsiz. Olduqca konfransımız çox mənalı və çox belə ki, əhəmiyyətli bir dövrünü biz görürük və mövzular olduqca aktualdır və dünya səviyyəli, dünya beynəlxalq təhlükəsizliyin təminatı üçün bu müzakirə olunanlar olduqca əhəmiyyətlidir və mən bu məsələnin əlbəttə qoca qitədə, xüsusilə Fransa və digər kimi ölkələrdə İslamofobiyanın vüsət alması olduqca narahat edici məsələdir və bu bir aynı anda, bir gündə, bir gecədə baş vermir. Bu dərin, deyək ki, alt qatda baş verən proseslərin artıq üzdə biz onun təzahür formalarını görürük və bu prosesin getdikcə daha da genişlənməsi də ehtimal olunur. Və bu indiki zamanda biz kimdir günahkar sualına cavab axtarmaqla yanaşı, biz daha çox nə etməliyik sualına cavab axtarmalıyıq. Və bu zaman biz, mən düşünürəm, iki məsələyə xüsusi diqqət mərkəzində saxlamalıyıq. Və burada İslamofobiya qarşı mübarizə metodologiyaları konkretləşdirilməlidir. Əgər BMT səviyyəsində İslamofobiya günü qeyd olunursa, onun bir müalicə metodu da bir müəyyənləşməlidir. Bu yüksək kürsülərdə artıq bu xəstəliyin bir müalicə metodologiyası artıq müəyyənləşməlidir. Bu daha çox söz formatında yox, əməli formatda bir yol xəritəsi formatında bu artıq gündəmə gəlməlidir. Və burada əlbəttə çoxdur. Bunun da müalicə metodologiyası ölkələrdə müxtəlifdir və Azərbaycan nümunəsini də mən burada önə çəkmək istəyərdim. Dünənləri bizim dinli icmalar tərəfindən təşkil olunmuş bir festival keçirildi və onu da mən bir daha demək istəyirəm ki, mən o iştirakçılara, festivalda iştirak etmiş dünənki qonaqlara öz təşəkkürümü bildirirəm və bu kiçik bir epizodlarla biz İslamofobiya qarşı bir mübarizə, bir mütərəqqi formatını dünənləri görmüş olduq və necə Azərbaycanda birlik, həmrəylik, bütün dinlər bir ailə kimi yaşamasını gördük. Bu da mütərəqqi bir modellərdən biridir və belə mütərəqqi modellərə daha çox yer vermək lazımdır. Daha çox onları təqdim etmək lazımdır və bu mübarizə zamanı daha cəsarətli olmaq lazımdır. Ünvanları daha konkret göstərmək lazımdır. Alt qatda gedən proseslərin daha onun cəsarətli açmalarını vermək lazımdır. Və bu proses əlbəttə çox biraz mücərrəd görünür. Artıq ona qarşı mübarizə bu günləri artıq demək olar ki, effektini o qədər vermir və sanki bir acizlik nümayiş etdirilir. Siyasi dairələr dayanmır. Biz bu günləri cənab Makrona stop deməklə, görürsünüz, bu nəticə vermir və bu proses getdikcə daha da gərginləşir və necə ki, bu daha həmin ölkələrin öz milli təhlükəsizliyinə ciddi təhdid yarananda bəlkə onlar dayanacaqlar. Amma hələlik bu prosesin dayanması belə deyək, görünmür. Və bu, deyək ki, İsrail-Fələstin münaqişəsinə mən toxunuram. Burada əlbəttə, bu çox dərin bir məsələdir, bu çox dünya bir məsələsidir və bu da bir daha göstərir ki, bundan da müəyyən qüvvələr, istəyər xristianofobiyanın formalaşmasında, antisemitizm formasında, eləcə də İslamofobiyanın formasında istifadə olunacaqdır. Və mən burada gəlirəm, burada konkret olaraq cənab Həsət Hamidin bir müraciətinə, auditoriya müraciətinə gəlirəm. Bəli, onun ünvanladığı suallar ki, dövlət rəhbərləri, siyasi rəhbərlər nə edirlər? Mən dünənki festivalda biz ona bir qədər cavab tapmış olduq ki, Azərbaycan rəhbərliyi nə edir buna qarşı? Həm ölkə daxilində, həm beynəlxalq bir müstəvidə hansı çağırışlar edir? Və mən burada onun ünvanladığı suala bir əlavə edərək ki, artıq İslam dünyası öz baxışlarına yenidən baxılması zamanı çatmışdırmı? İslami dəyərlərin yenidən baxılması, yenilənməsi zamanı çatmışdırmı? Və İslamda dəyişən, dəyişməz prinsiplərin ayırt edilməsi zamanı çatmışdırmı? Və bu İslamofobiyanın daha da genişlənməsi üçün o mühitin daha da çətinləşdirilməsi zamanı artıq məncə göz önündədir. Ona görə burada cəsarətli olub İslamın dəyişməz prinsiplərinə toxunmadan çağdaş dövrün tələblərini nəzərə alaraq artıq bəzi baxışlara yenidən biz baxmalıyıq. Deyək ki, İslamda təhsil. Quran-ı Kərimin mənası oxudursa, İslam dünyasında oxumaq nə səviyyədədir? Sülh nə səviyyədədir? Və ona görə birinci məncə İslam dünyasının özündən bir baxmaq lazımdır. Dünyamıza və o dəyişiləsi mümkün olan prinsipləri dəyişmək lazımdır. İndiki elmi texnologiyanın belə bir inkişaf dövründə və bugün İslam dünyasındakı bu tənəzzül, durğunluq dövrü əlbəttə olduqca narahat edicidir. Din və elmin vəhdəti məsələsinə biz yenidən baxmalıyıq. Elm dedikdə bu riyaziyyat elmi formatında yox, bütün proseslərə, dini baxışlara, elmi deyək ki, formatda baxmağı demək istəyirəm. Eyni zamanda mən sonda bir məsələyə elə cənab Həsənə mən ünvanlayıram sualımı, gənc bir araşdırmacı kimi. Bu günləri necə ki, xristiyan dünyası dünyəvilik prinsiplərinə rəvac verməklə çıxdı vəziyyətdən və eləcə də İslam dünyasında da bir çıxış yolu tapılmalıdır. İslam dünyəviliyi məsələsinə bir münasibət bildirilməsini ondan xahiş edərdim. İslam dünyəviliyi dedikdə biz qərb dünyəviliyin İslama deyək ki, 30 durulmasından danışmıram mən. İslami dəyərlər fonunda İslam dünyəviliyi, dünyəvi İslam bir modelinə münasibət bildirilməsini xahiş edirəm. Və mən düşünürəm burada, mən İslam dünyəviliyi dedikdə, yəni bu elmi yanaşmanı nəzərə tuturam. Bax, bu nə dərəcədə mümkündür və bu baxışları biz necə edək ki, bugünkü, bax, indiki zamanda bu, deyək ki, bax, bu tənəzzülü dayandıraq. Mən üzr istəyirəm, çox danışdım, ancaq ürəyimdən gələni demək istədim. Təşəkkür edirəm.
Thank you, and indeed the festival yesterday was a wonderful occasion. I was delighted to be actually a part of it. So thank you, and thank you for your contribution. May I just come with those 2 points that have been made directly to Dr. Wolfgang, in fact, because you presented a considerable amount of data that is very relevant to the points that have been made.
Should I react to the question too? Okay, maybe to react to your statement, which was very interesting for me. I think you can really blame politics and media on the one hand. The media discourse, the political discourse, it's of course very relevant. You see it, for instance, when it comes to Hungary, that the attitudes of the citizens really shifted dramatically in this Islamophobic position because of the discourse of the political leader. Hungary is a clear example for that. And yesterday we had a very interesting session on social media and the conspiracy theories, and I think we really have to find counter discourses and measurements to re-educate the people also at this side, and also educating individuals about Muslims. That was said by one of the speakers here in this plenary is very important. And then I really like the statement that anti-racism is a right in Europe, but multiculturalism and all these concepts, they are not really values anymore. There is this statement very often in Europe that multiculturalism is dead, and here it is the vision of the future. So we should find a kind of turnaround in Europe, also trying to treat this principle as values, which people have incorporated, and this is a very difficult change, I think, under the current condition, but that's options to make the picture hopefully better in the future.
Thank you very much for that, and I'm going to take just one final contribution before I wrap up. Gentleman at the front. Okay, okay. May I just ask you just to stand by? Lady at the back, please.
Hello, can you hear me? Thank you very much, and I hope I was able to hear well because it's very noisy here. But as a professor in a Western university who served for many years on the so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion councils and bodies, and after years of being the faculty advocate, I find actually that those terms, this is for Professor Terras, kind of actually obfuscation and distraction more than anything else, especially the word tolerance, you know, like I'm tolerating you. It comes with power, and I hope I didn't misunderstand what you said, but I found a distraction from the more important radical work of decolonization, actually. And I'm not sure what is wrong with decolonizing the curriculum and decentering the coloniality in it, while we instead center indigenous voices and approaches to research and scholarship and knowledge production. So I would really appreciate it if you tell me actually how do you perceive this, unless I misunderstood you. Thank you.
Please go ahead, Dr. Wolfgang.
I'd like to just give a very, very short answer, and that is that, yes, I kind of misstepped as far as decolonizing the syllabus is concerned. If it means expanding it to the global south, for example, I'm all for this. But I don't want all of us to start searching our souls and what we and our generations earlier on are going to be considered as our responsibility. So that's the part I don't like about decolonizing the syllabus. But if it brings on other people who are from the global south, that is a great bit of news.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being such wonderful participants today. Please accept that as an appreciation from the panel. And if you would kindly join with me in showing your appreciation to Farid and Ravan and our entire panel for their contribution today. Thank you.
because it's afternoon now. Hello. Woo. Please. Please. Please. Thank you. Well, we will talk about France. I'm French. I'm very sorry for that. For a long time, please, thank you. For a long time, France has been not necessarily through its policies, but at least through its philosophy, the country of liberty, equality, and fraternity. And these three words belong to its own motto: liberty, equality, and fraternity. Today, unfortunately, after 15 years of incoherent policy, France has become one of the most racist countries in the world. At least that is what they are teaching now, right now, in some American schools. This racism is primarily exercised within the country, in particular against our Muslim fellow citizens, who nevertheless represent more than 10% of the French population. Discrimination in employment, in housing, closures of schools, mosques, cultural and sport associations, bookstores, expulsions of imams, ban on wearing religious clothing in schools, state interventions inside the content of the sermon in the mosques. The main initiator of this policy is our Minister of Interior, Gérald Darmanin, who put his card on the table even before his appointment as a minister by publishing his profession of faith entitled Islamist Separatism, where he explains roughly that Muslims are a threat to the integrity of France. This state Islamophobia is also exercised in foreign policy, notably through Turkophobia or unconditional support for Azerbaijan's adversary in the Caucasus conflict, pretending that this is a war between a Christian country and a Muslim country, which is, of course, a tremendous stupidity because Azerbaijan is a secular country. As a French, are the French really Islamophobic? Or should we distinguish between France and the French state? How can we reverse the course of things? That is what we are going to ask to our speakers this evening. Je voudrais donner la parole maintenant à Roland Lafitte, qui est chercheur et écrivain et qui a écrit de nombreux livres sur l'islamophobie, notamment La France, l'islam et ses musulmans, enfin l'islam, la France et ses musulmans, et Voyage au pays de l'islamophobie. Roland, à ton avis, comment s'exprime l'islamophobie en France et notamment quels sont les rapports entre l'État et les musulmans?
Merci beaucoup. Mesdames, Messieurs, salam alaikum. On ne peut comprendre la réalité et les formes de l'islamophobie en France sans se reporter à la période coloniale. où, à l'occupation de l'Algérie, pour commencer, où s'est établi un rapport particulier entre l'État et les musulmans. Les Algériens étaient français de nationalité, mais pas de citoyenneté. Ils étaient sujets. Et leur statut, ils avaient un statut pénal particulier qui s'appelait le Code de l'indigénat, établi en 81, avec des règles répressives qui étaient appliquées non pas par des tribunaux, mais uniquement par des autorités administratives. Même un musulman converti au christianisme était de statut musulman et donc discriminé comme tel. Il s'agit là d'une islamophobie raciale et institutionnelle. Alors, ça a disparu en 1946, mais dans la pratique, cette infériorisation des musulmans est restée. Elle existe toujours en France. Ça se manifeste ainsi dans les arrestations policières, au faciès. Si vous êtes arabe ou africain, vous avez 20 fois plus de chances d'être arrêté par la police. Ça fait beaucoup. Discrimination à l'embauche. Si vous avez un nom arabe, vous avez 7 fois moins de chances d'être pris. Ce sont les chiffres officiels donnés par l'État français. Discrimination au logement. La moitié des agences immobilières refusent les Arabes et les Africains, qu'on confond avec les musulmans. Il s'agit là d'une islamophobie que les juristes appellent une islamophobie, un racisme systémique, structurel. Alors, dans la société française, existe un préjugé sur l'islam qui peut être résumé en 3 points. D'abord, l'islam est supposé confondre religion et politique. Donc, tout ce qui est revendication d'un musulman devient immédiatement politique. Il est, l'islam par nature, violent et se répand, c'est supposé, se répandre par le djihad guerrier. Donc toute revendication est susceptible de devenir violente et il serait en fait irréformable. Alors ceci évidemment, les lieux communs des partis d'extrême droite, identitaristes, suprématistes, mais ils sont soutenus par une large part des études islamologiques universitaires qui établissent une totale continuité entre les revendications communes des musulmans, le quiétisme, le salafo-djihadisme apolitique, le salafo-djihadisme, les frères musulmans, le Hamas et même les groupes djihadistes, appelés djihadistes de type Daesh. Tout ça, c'est pris dans une sorte aujourd'hui qu'un dernier ouvrage appelle l'esprit fréro-salafiste et que d'autres appellent l'atmosphère djihadiste. Alors cette attitude se traduit par le fait une rupture avec une loi établie en France en 1905 qui sépare les églises, les religions et l'État. Ça n'a jamais été respecté pour l'islam. Pendant la période coloniale, l'État contrôlait les institutions religieuses, contrôlait les imams, contrôlait les aouïas et tariqas, je ne sais pas comment on appelle ici. Mais ça continue aujourd'hui. Ça continue aujourd'hui. L'État cherche, par exemple, à créer un statut des imams. Mais ça n'a jamais existé dans l'islam. Un statut étatique des imams. Et il intervient aussi dans les questions théologiques. Ça, c'est pas mal. Nous avons ici une véritable islamophobie d'État. Et aujourd'hui, cette islamophobie se traduit par, comment dire, une politique antiséparatiste. Il y a des lois qui sont mises contre le séparatisme dit islamique. Bon, je ne rentre pas dans les détails, parce que d'autres, mes collègues le feront peut-être. Je voudrais simplement insister sur une chose. Cette islamophobie qui est aujourd'hui une politique officielle, atteint une sorte d'acmé, de climax, avec la guerre en Palestine. L'État français, le gouvernement, considère que la résistance de Hamas n'est pas une résistance nationale, mais une lutte islamiste. Il a même proposé de se joindre à Israël pour lutter dans un même front contre le Hamas et contre Daesh. Et d'après les déclarations même du président de la République français, l'antisionisme est la forme moderne de l'antisémitisme. Si bien que tout musulman est suspecté d'être antisémite dès qu'il soutient les Palestiniens. Et il ne faut pas oublier qu'en France, la loi veut que l'antisémitisme est considéré comme un crime. Voilà. J'espère que c'est un moment à passer, que la politique va changer, que la raison va s'imposer et qu'un rapport plus calme avec nos compatriotes musulmans va s'établir. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Roland. While the campaign for the elections for the European Parliament is currently underway, the French right-wing parties and the French government are placing the question of immigration, most often associated with the presence of Muslims in France, at the heart of their campaign. Zahour Sadiq Bali, excuse-moi, you are Azerbaijani, but you live in France. So how are the issues of the immigration and integration experienced in France, both nationally and locally? Locally in the heart of our own cities. Zahour, donc peux-tu nous expliquer comment cette islamophobie se manifeste à la fois au niveau national et localement dans le cœur de nos cités? Zahour. Tu appuies sur le... Ouais.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will begin in English and after I will continue in French. Of this. Thank you for organizers for giving me this honor to intervene today. When the subject was posed, I was thinking that it's very interesting doing something synthetic. And we have now many critics in France against us, against people who supporting Azerbaijan and trying just tell the truth because there's no debate in French society, of course, because Armenian protagonist. And I have to make it clear that every one of us prepared own subject on his honor and on his mind. So I will announce the subject as I put. I think our colleagues will put my presentation on the wall, and I will, so you can see what I wrote. And because it will take some 10 minutes, I'm waiting to say PPF, yes. And then we'll pass in French. So the subject I choose is presumption of Islamophobia in France on the examples of politics of city, immigration, and integration. So how it's working, I don't know. Okay. Have to wait a little bit. No. Resolve technical issues.
No.
Voila.
No, it's not.
No.
The wrong one.
Just a minute.
It's the wrong one.
It's the wrong one, yeah. So before defining my PPF, PowerPoint, yeah, this is one. I will just make it clear, so the legitimacy of this conference is that Azerbaijan was the first republic in a Muslim East, so Azerbaijan today moving forward, and that's why we have this debate. My personal legitimacy of aborting this question is because myself, I am a practicing jurist in France over past 20 years. So unless 2 of 3 subjects I will treat today within this, I know personally. So the subject is presumption of Islamophobia in France in the examples of politics of city, integration, and Immigration and Integration. Donc, I will pass now in French. Donc, la présomption d'islamophobie en France sous l'exemple de politique de la ville, immigration et intégration. Donc, vous pouvez lire donc par la suite, je prépare un petit abstract. De toute façon, je vais publier tout ce que j'annonce aujourd'hui, donc vous inquiétez pas, ceux qui veulent avoir les exemples, donc ils pourront l'avoir. Et donc, on va commencer tout de suite. Pour commencer, j'ai séparé mon exposé en plusieurs sections. On a une petite introduction, positionnement du problème. La France est-elle islamophobe? Et puis, petit rappel historique, parce qu'il faut comprendre pourquoi il y a autant de musulmans en France, combien ils sont, en quel nombre et qu'est-ce qui se passe. Et après, on va faire, comme on fait en langue juridique, la discussion. Donc là, je vais aborder les trois politiques publiques en France et finalement faire tirer nos conclusions. Alors, d'abord, petit rappel historique, positionnement du problème. Avec toutes les déclarations sur les dernières années, ces pouvoirs publics en France, avec tout ce qui se passe, avec la fermeture des écoles libres musulmans, donc les lycées à Véreuse, les lycées à Vicenna, expulsion des imams, avec la dernière, j'atterris à Bakou lundi, le préfet des Alpes-Maritimes a essayé de fermer la librairie, le message que je connais aussi parce qu'il est au centre de Nice, mais le tribunal administratif refusé. On se pose aujourd'hui une question, la France est-elle devenue islamophobe? Ce pays qu'on aime tant, tous ici je présente, je suis sûr qu'on a donné beaucoup pour ce pays également, mais qui est pays de droits de l'homme, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Est-ce que la France est devenue islamophobe? Donc pour poser la question, il faut comprendre l'origine de nombre des musulmans en France, pourquoi il y a autant de musulmans. Bien sûr, on doit comprendre que le nombre de musulmans en France, il est corrélaire de passé de la France et passé colonial. Il y a en fait deux raisons. Première chose, c'est le passé colonial. Je parle des Algériens qui constituent majorité des populations musulmanes en France et majorité des populations immigrées. Deuxième chose, c'est tout ce qui s'est passé au seconde moitié du XXe siècle, les raisons purement économiques, on va dire capitalistes, c'est la recherche des profits et les immigrés étaient invités en France jusqu'à 1974 et après 1974 pour la simple raison que les industriels français cherchaient une main-d'œuvre étrangère, comme on dit, pas chère. Donc en 1976, quand le regroupement familial a été autorisé, ça a créé une vague d'immigration familiale qui aujourd'hui, aucun gouvernement français n'est pas parvenu donc régler. Donc allez, on va commencer par donc chose qui est importante. On se rend compte qu'il y a en France beaucoup de musulmans, donc on va aborder les chiffres. Comme je dis, Algériens présentent la majorité et les faits, donc j'ai uniquement basé sur les chiffres qui sont donnés par l'Institut national de la statistique. Juste une petite remarque, en France, il est interdit de faire statistique, mais les chercheurs travaillent à partir de sondages et à partir de sondages, on peut établir le nombre des personnes. Alors aujourd'hui en France, les musulmans sont 10% de la population. C'est un fait qui choque beaucoup de monde. Parce que pendant longtemps, on ne disait pas combien il y a musulmans, mais aujourd'hui, ils sont 10%, donc ils ont presque 7 millions. Moi, je pense que le chiffre réel, il est gravite autour de 10 millions, et peut-être on est déjà dépassé 10%, donc on doit rapprocher plus réellement vers le 13%. Donc, je vous ai préparé un petit graphique qui est source française de 2012. Vous pouvez voir la distribution, c'est une infographie très intéressante. Elle vous montre, si vous voulez, à partir de 2000, l'augmentation d'un lieu de culte musulman. C'est un fait révélateur. Et la carte, l'hexagone que vous voyez aussi, très intéressant. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il vous montre que la population musulmane, qui est en vert foncé, elle est plutôt vers l'est du pays. Donc ça veut dire qu'elle vient de l'intérieur, on va dire, des terres. Donc les musulmans s'établissent principalement dans les départements donc, autour de Paris, les départements autour de Strasbourg et vous voyez un petit peu autour de Lyon. Donc l'autre partie de la France, elle est moins claire. Le lieu de culte, l'augmentation des lieux de culte, donc tout à l'heure notre collègue il a parlé de 2800 lieux de culte, mais en 2012 il y a déjà 2449, ce qui est très important aussi, donc c'est un chiffre en augmentation. L'autre carte que je vous ai préparée, infographie aussi, elle montre une autre chose, mais celle-là, elle est plus intéressante. Pourquoi? Parce que si vous voyez en rouge, donc par les catégories professionnelles, vous voyez qu'il y a surtout les ouvriers, ceux qui sont en rouge, hein, vous voyez vers la fin du première ligne, et les retraités. C'est normal parce que les gens étaient invités en France pour travailler, ils ont obtenu la nationalité, ils ont resté en France, et après, donc les ouvriers aujourd'hui, pareil, constituent la majorité des personnes musulmanes. Ça veut dire que c'est corollaire de tout ce que je dis. La France, dans le temps, a invité les musulmans, les deux pays des musulmans, donc les Algériens, les Tunisiens, les Marocains, parce que ce sont les gens qui ont construit le pays. Et ça, c'est très important dans la présentation. Alors, méthode que je vais utiliser, comme j'ai annoncé, je vais prendre 3 politiques publiques françaises et donc, à partir de ces politiques, je vais essayer que chacun d'entre vous tire les conclusions. La France est-elle islamophobe ou pas? Alors, 3 politiques. La première, c'est la politique de la ville, comme j'ai annoncé. Deuxième, c'est politique asile et immigration. Et troisième problème politique, c'est politique d'intégration. Alors, politique de la ville, je vous ai mis la définition. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Donc, je ne vais pas relire tout, mais il faut comprendre qu'en France, il est apparu à la fin du 30 Glorieuses, donc à partir de 1975, le problème des cités qui étaient créées, cités ouvrières dans lesquelles on a mis les immigrés. Et quand il a eu les problèmes économiques du pays, l'État il a abandonné ces quartiers et on a apparu une notion qu'on appelle les ghettos. Donc en France, il a apparu beaucoup de ghettos. Donc aujourd'hui, dans ces zones-là, les gens se sont retrouvés sans travail, ils ont retrouvé sans intégrer et donc tous les autres corollaires du problème, la criminalité, le taux de chômage, etc. Donc pour régler ça, l'État a construit cette politique de la ville. Donc le premier ministère de la ville, il date de 1992, mais le fait révélateur, c'est la fameuse loi que peut-être tout le monde a entendu, du 13 décembre 2000, ça s'appelle loi SRU, Solidarité et Renouvellement Urbain. C'est une loi qui a été destinée à promouvoir la cohésion sociale et le principe corollaire de cette loi, c'est la mixité sociale. Donc l'idée, c'était que dans toutes les grandes villes, les populations soient mixtes, mélangées, et ça apaise les problèmes. Sauf que les grandes communes, les communes riches, ils ont préféré payer une taxe spéciale, une amende, si vous voulez, et ne pas construire le logement social. Alors que la loi SRU, c'est son principal disposition prévoyait que 20% des logements dans les communes devaient être logements sociaux. Mais ça n'a pas été fait. Donc de là, à partir de là, on a tous les problèmes. Donc je vous ai mis en bas, c'est les émeutes de 2005 et de 2023. Hein, vous voyez que les voitures brûlent, il y a les situations d'insurrection, la police intervient. Mais ce n'est pas ça qui est intéressant, ni le fait des générateurs de ces deux émeutes. Ce qui est intéressant, il faut comprendre qu'à l'espace entre 2005 et 2023, il se passait presque 20 ans, donc 18 ans. Et en 18 ans, rien n'a changé. Le même scénario s'est répété en 2023. Et ça, c'est un échec de politique de la ville. Alors, je vous ai mis un petit peu comment ça se passait. Donc, en 2005 et en 2023, le fait générateur, c'est la mort des jeunes. Hein. Vous vous souvenez peut-être, la dernière, c'est jeune Naël Mazou qui a été tué par un policier, hein, un tir, une bavure comme on appelle. Mais en 2005, c'était à peu près la même chose. 2 jeunes échappés à la poursuite d'un policier, ils se sont brûlés dans un transformateur. Donc, si vous voulez, l'effet générateur, c'est toujours le même. Alors, principaux causes de l'échec de cette politique, et qui est grande politique de la ville, c'est toujours la même chose, c'est absence de politique cohérente, c'est manque des moyens, c'est suppression, par exemple, ce que je relève, c'est la police de proximité à l'époque qui a été créée par le gouvernement socialiste. Il a été supprimé en 2003 par Nicolas Sarkozy. Et ça aussi, ça a eu l'effet. Donc, il faut comprendre une chose, que politique de la ville, elle est liée avec 2 autres politiques et elles devaient être complémentaires. Donc, ça veut dire que ces 3 politiques devaient fonctionner ensemble. Donc, si l'un ne fonctionne pas, les 2 autres ne fonctionnent pas. Donc, ça veut dire politique de la ville, c'est, si vous voulez, c'est conséquent. Je le mets en première pour montrer, parce que tout le monde le comprend, mais et les conséquences de politique d'immigration, hein, qui n'est pas maîtrisée, et l'autre problème, c'est la politique d'intégration qui n'existait pas. Donc, on va bouger sur l'autre deuxième politique. Donc, majorité de population immigrée en France constituent les Algériennes et les Africaines, donc ça veut dire qu'ils ont 48%, c'est beaucoup. Et maintenant, par rapport aux musulmans en France, donc j'ai mis les chiffres, c'est les chiffres officiels français, ils ont parmi cette population 32%. Donc vous voyez, les 4 catégories principales des immigrés musulmans, ce sont les Algériennes, Marocaines, Tunisiennes et les Turcs. Donc ces 4 populations, 4 catégories constituent, si vous voulez, le noyau des populations musulmanes et c'est une démographie, si vous voulez, en expansion. Alors moi, je vous ai mis une autre graphique qui est très importante, très intéressante, parce qu'il vous explique pourquoi il y a autant donc ces musulmans et pourquoi les Algériens sont si importants. Si vous voyez cette graphique, il montre le nombre des étrangers résidant en France depuis 1945, donc c'est ce que je dis, sur 50 ans, et tout ce que vous voyez en vert, c'est les Algériens. Donc si vous voyez entre 1968 et 1990, même au-delà, le nombre, cette bande verte, elle est très importante. Et ça a eu des conséquences, parce qu'avec le regroupement familial, avec nombre de naissances plus importantes dans les familles algériennes, vous avez cette corollaire qui continue et continue de produire ses effets. Donc si vous voulez, ça explique parfaitement donc ce qu'on a parlé. Alors, on passe à une autre chose. Donc aujourd'hui, ce qui est intéressant, ce que, comme je dis, le slogan qui a été mis par le gouvernement de droite, avoir l'immigration choisie et pas subie, il est resté sur le papier. Aucun gouvernement français n'a réussi de le faire. Mais ce qui est intéressant à comprendre, que population musulmane qui gravite autour de 10%, des populations immigrées aussi 10%, ils ont à peu près les mêmes chiffres. Et ce qui est intéressant, donc, il faut bien sûr comparer ça avec le nombre des personnes en situation irrégulière, qui sont aussi énormes pour la France, même si le pourcentage est petit, c'est entre 600 et 800 personnes, et ça aussi, personne ne peut rien faire. Alors, pourquoi je mets la politique d'immigration comme important? Ça, par exemple, c'est un graphique qui explique la totalité de la population française aujourd'hui, et les cercles vous expliquent la partie de population immigrée qui se mélange avec la population étrangère, et une partie des gens acquièrent la nationalité française et deviennent françaises. Pourquoi c'est important? Parce que tout cela nous a mené, si vous voulez, à une autre chose, l'échec de la politique. Pourquoi? Parce que, moi je parlais aussi de la politique d'asile, parce que l'asile, le droit d'asile est inconstitutionnel, c'est un porte d'entrée des immigrés au pays, mais qui sont après avoir échec ne sont pas reconduits. Donc on obtient grosso modo, pour faire la situation globale, la France a invité les gens chez eux pour travailler. Une partie d'entre eux, à partir de 1976, ils ont eu droit à regroupement familial, ils ont ramené leurs femmes, leurs enfants, ils ont resté au pays. Tout ce qui a été fait par la suite, l'acquisition de nationalité, etc., a fait que ces gens-là, ils ont resté en France, ils ont obtenu la nationalité française, mais leur intégration a fut un échec. Donc aujourd'hui, c'est pour ça l'extrême droite, il dit que grand nombre des immigrés, grand nombre des musulmans, mais grand nombre des personnes qui ne sont pas intégrées. Et c'est ça qui est problématique en France. Par exemple, là, c'est la vision du gouvernement Sarkozy. C'est une caricature que je vous ai mise. À l'époque, le gouvernement Sarkozy, il voulait faire ça, il voulait expulser, il voulait durcir, c'était une course aux électeurs d'extrême droite. Et c'est une caricature très significative parce qu'à l'époque, au moment de ministre de l'immigration, Brice Hortefeux, on cherchait les petites, bon là c'est un enfant africain, mais c'était pareil pour les enfants algériens parce qu'ils sont majorité. Donc les personnes en situation irrégulière, même les enfants, le gouvernement tentait de les expulser alors que c'est une caricature qui a été faite par Réseau Éducation Sans Frontières. Mais c'est une caricature qui est très révélatrice de ce qui se passait. Alors, on passe à la troisième politique qui est politique d'intégration, pareil. C'est une politique qui est aussi un échec. Pourquoi c'est important? Parce que quand vous laissez rentrer les gens au pays, après il faut les intégrer. Donc en France, il y avait beaucoup d'institutions qui se sont succédées, qui devaient le faire. Donc la plus connue, maintenant, c'est l'OFI qui a été créée, je vous ai mis, en 2009, qu'il y a eu taxe qui a été perçue sur le titre de séjour étranger qui devait le financer, mais le bilan de l'OFI, il est médiocre. Alors pour faire un petit bilan, il faut comprendre qu'aujourd'hui, il y a deux choses qui s'affrontent en France, deux visions des choses de cette problématique aujourd'hui. C'est l'extrême droite qui dit qu'ils sont envahis par les étrangers et l'extrême gauche ou la gauche, alors Mélenchon, gauche plurielle, nouvelle gauche plurielle, NUPES, qui dit que c'est une créolisation, c'est un terme, deux visions des choses. Qu'est-ce que c'est créolisation? C'est-à-dire que la population immigrée musulmane qui est restée, elle est intégrée le pays, elle est s'enracinée, et maintenant il y a de plus en plus de Français qui sont mélangés et qui sont mixtes. Donc l'extrême droite le dénonce et la gauche dit que c'est bien cette nouvelle nation française qui est une créolisation. Alors moi je veux apporter une chose très importante. Regardez, je mets un exemple qui est très significatif. C'est une myopie des pouvoirs publics parce qu'il y a une chose qui se passait pendant la deuxième moitié du XXe siècle qui est très important. C'est-à-dire quand les immigrés venaient dans le pays, il fallait qu'ils apprennent bien le français. Donc c'est vrai qu'Algérienne, ils maîtrisaient le français, mais pas les autres. Alors ce qui se passait, on a oublié ces familles et on a oublié ces enfants, et on n'a jamais, ce qu'on appelle, on n'a jamais recyclé les enfants de plus de jeune âge dont les deux parents étaient étrangers. Et donc ça a eu des conséquences gravissimes. Pourquoi? Parce que les gens n'ayant pas appris le français correctement, ils ne pouvaient pas progresser dans la vie. Donc ça, c'est eu échec. Donc c'est arrivé à l'échec. Les gens n'arrivaient pas à trouver du travail, n'arrivaient pas à faire des études. Et ça, si vous voulez, après, c'est un cercle vicieux. Et de là, quand on a eu cette... Après, c'est vrai qu'il faut comprendre si c'était une politique volontaire ou pas. Je vais faire une petite parallèle en tant que représentant de communauté des Azerbaïdjanais occidentaux en France, donc le sujet qu'on connaît bien. Les Azerbaïdjanais qui habitaient en Arménie, ils ont rencontré la même chose parce que l'Arménie à l'époque, il a supprimé l'enseignement de l'arménien dans les enclaves azerbaïdjanais. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il voulait favoriser le départ des Azerbaïdjanais de l'Arménie. Étant donné que ces Azerbaïdjanais vécus en Arménie, ils n'avaient plus d'enseignement d'arménien à l'école, ils étaient obligés à 18 ans, à majorité à 16 ans, venir faire des études à Bakou ou ailleurs. Et après, quand ils revenaient en Arménie, ils ne pouvaient plus trouver du travail parce qu'ils n'étaient pas intégrés. Donc, je ne sais pas si le gouvernement français, pendant la deuxième, seconde moitié du XXe siècle, il a fait l'exprès, mais les conséquences, elle est là. Le graphique suivant vous montre une des conséquences. C'est une zone franche urbaine. Donc, il a eu beaucoup de problèmes, beaucoup de possibilités de le faire. Donc, c'est les anciens ghettos. Et on a essayé dans ces ghettos faire les politiques. Donc, il a 751 cités comme ça. Alors, moi, je vais arriver à mes conclusions. Donc, si vous voulez, on arrive au XXe siècle. Beaucoup de problèmes dans la société française liés avec ça. Les musulmans ont été... il y a beaucoup d'amalgames sur les musulmans, notamment après les attentats. On a les déclarations fracassantes des autorités, même aujourd'hui. On a cette déclaration de Nicolas Sarkozy qui fait couler beaucoup d'encre, c'est nettoyer la racaille au Karcher et donc la course au vote de l'extrême droite. Alors je vais revenir à une chose très importante que l'on connaît, c'est la déclaration, l'ultimatum que Emmanuel Macron donnait aux organisations musulmanes. Quel est le problème? Il voulait réformer le Conseil français de culte musulman qui existait depuis le gouvernement de Chirac, mais la façon dont il a pris, il était très maladroit, c'est-à-dire que Macron a imposé au Conseil français de culte musulman un ultimatum, donc il a la date 11 novembre 2020, en disant qu'il devait accepter, et là vous voyez, il y a trois choses en contradiction. Accepter que l'islam c'est une religion et pas en politique, Conseil national des imams qui devait être accrédité alors qu'il a la loi de 1905 sur séparation de l'Église et de l'État et notion de séparatisme islamique, il y a même loi qui a été votée. Pourquoi je parle de ça? Parce que si le gouvernement, et là je vous montre donc ça le projet de Emmanuel Macron, donc sur cette infographie, si l'État français veut intervenir dans la vie religieuse, s'il veut nommer les imams, s'ils ferment les écoles libres musulmanes sous le prétexte qu'ils ont financé ailleurs, c'est-à-dire la loi de 1905 ne peut plus rester, il faut le réformer. Et si on réforme la loi, alors il ne faut plus critiquer la Turquie, dans laquelle ce système existe, ou l'Azerbaïdjan, où il a ce comité de travail avec les travailleurs religieux, c'est une autre chose. Donc on ne peut pas être sur les deux choses. On ne peut pas dire qu'on est l'État laïque dans lequel l'Église est séparée de l'État et continuer à faire ça. Alors moi, je vais terminer avec... ma vision personnelle des choses. Moi, je pense, remarque finale, que la solution, si la France aujourd'hui veut s'en sortir, et sur cet exemple, d'autres pays de l'Union européenne, d'autres pays européens dans lesquels il y a ce problème, il y a trois choses à faire. Il faut s'occuper de scolarisation, socialisation des enfants de plus jeune âge. Il faut investir dans l'intégration et dans l'apprentissage du français qui a été abandonné, notamment par ce recyclage. Il faut réformer la loi de 1905 si l'État veut le contrôler et il faut bien sûr repenser les trois politiques qui ont fait. Et la dernière chose, je vous montre notre sujet sur l'islamophobie. Il est parti. Donc c'est une infographie qui a été faite sur l'islamophobie à l'époque, c'est-à-dire, bon, je vais vous dire juste ce qu'il avait dedans. Au lendemain des attentats sur le Charlie Hebdo, il avait 42 actes anti-musulmans, islamophobes en France, et ça c'est très significatif. Voilà, je vous le remercie, je répondrai aux questions pour ceux qui voudront bien me le poser. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. This is a very good view of what is Islamophobia in France, structural Islamophobia. I would like to give the floor to Professor Mohamed El Maazouz, who is the director of the European Arab Academy for Geostrategic Studies in Paris. And I would like to ask him if this Islamophobia is based on principle or some philosophical issue in Europe in general and in France in particular. Donc, Mohamed Mazouz, c'est à toi. Tu appuies sur l'écran.
Oui, je sais. Merci beaucoup. Mesdames et messieurs, honorables assistances, j'ai le grand plaisir, en premier lieu, je dois féliciter et je dois rendre hommage à Azerbaïdjan de n'avoir donné l'occasion de se réunir et de discuter l'une des thématiques. D'accord.
Je pense que c'est mieux. Ouais. Comme ça, tu peux le mettre près de toi. Ouais. Mets-le près de toi.
Oui. Oui. En premier lieu, je dois remercier Azerbaïdjan de nous avoir accordé cette occasion pour échanger autour de l'une des thématiques les plus saillantes aujourd'hui dans le monde. Et comme disait le sociologue Bertrand Badi, que l'islamophobie aujourd'hui constitue une bombe à retardement dans le monde. Non seulement en Europe et en France, mais dans le monde, parce que l'islamophobie dans sa forme en tant que telle renvoie au retour au clanisme religieux et tribal. Et ici, il faut lire, à mon sens, ce que Marcel Gauchet a écrit récemment dans cette problématique. Je vais essayer de parler à travers trois axes. Le premier axe, c'est un problème qui touche ce qui est méthodologique. Le deuxième est axé sur les quelques chiffres et quelques pourcentages récoltés du terrain et qui ont été développés par deux sociologues et deux anthropologues dont je fais partie. Et le troisième axe va parler de la structuration de l'islamophobie comme il a été développé dans la culture, la philosophie, et ça c'est important, et la sociologie à partir du XIIIe siècle, et selon aussi les philosophes allemands et français, comment ils ont contribué à rendre l'islamophobie une trame philosophique, une trame culturelle qui régit l'inconscient de l'islamophobe. Il faut poser trois questions. La première question, est-ce que les études, les écrits d'aujourd'hui touchent profondément cette problématique? Il faut reconnaître que tous les écrits, la majorité des écrits, tombent dans la narration, dans la description, et parfois tombent dans la répétition de ce qui a été développé dans l'institution de l'État. On n'a pas posé la question aujourd'hui, devant un monde changeant, un monde qui connaît ce qu'on appelle la transnationale et la transnormativité, on n'a pas posé la question suivante. Comment l'islamophobe implicite l'islamophobie? Comment l'islamophobe explicite l'islamophobie? Comment l'islamophobie se structure à travers l'objet et le sujet? Quand je parle de l'objet, je parle de l'islamophobe, et quand je parle de l'autre, je parle du récepteur, les récepteurs en général, qui est la société. Malheureusement, ces questions sont absentes. On est toujours dans la narration, on est toujours dans la description, et la vraie connaissance de la problématique de l'islamophobie demeure absente. On est, comme disait Marcel Gauchet toujours, on est dans la la description négative. Il faut passer à ce qu'on appelle à l'approche épistémologique de l'islamophobie. Et quand je parle de l'approche épistémologique, il faut dépasser le discours des politiques. Parce que le discours des politiques est toujours lié à une tendance d'ego et d'intérêt en relation avec les buts de l'État quand elle essaie d'évaluer et de faire avancer quelques chiffres dans ce sens. Il faut sortir du vécu et aller au réel. Aujourd'hui, le réel n'est pas connu. Comment accéder au réel? Il faut bien sûr avoir une méthode analytique scientifique qui se repose sur les carrefours de savoir et de méthode en prenant en considération le changement trop vite du monde aujourd'hui. Le deuxième axe, je vais être trop rapide parce que je ne voulais pas, Monsieur le Président me guette, mais le deuxième axe, c'était une enquête qui a été publiée récemment dans la revue Sociologie à travers deux sociologues et deux anthropologues. Et les résultats sont comme suit. Une enquête qui a couvert les années 2016-2020 montre, après le dépouillement de 20 articles écrits dans la presse et 180 interviews différentes, la télévision, la presse, les supports informatiques, etc. Et la lecture, c'est-à-dire on a fait une lecture de 15 manifestations menées par les agriculteurs et d'autres acteurs de secteurs différents. Résultat numéro 1, le discours islamophobique, je dis islamophobique, s'est accru de 31% par rapport aux années précédentes. 1. 2. Dans les réseaux sociaux, un échantillonnage a touché 300 publications écrites, 710 commentaires et 220 caricatures. On a remarqué que par rapport aux années précédentes, le discours islamophobique s'accroît de 2,5%. Chaque 3 mois, s'accroît de 3%, et dans une année, on peut arriver à 10%. Et ici, je vous laisse imaginer dans 10 ans ce qui va se passer. Conclusion. Si l'islamophobie ne sera pas conçue, et ça c'est important, en Europe, comme une affaire de l'État et une affaire de la société en même temps, c'est-à-dire une affaire de tous, si elle ne change pas, c'est-à-dire l'État français et l'État européen, en gros, ne changent pas de vision et de stratégie vis-à-vis de ce fléau, la France, comme disait Badi, en particulier, connaîtra une guerre civile. Et ça, c'est affreux. Si on ne prend pas en considération l'accroissement du discours islamophobique qui se trame à travers la conscience et l'inconscience, et à travers l'observation de ce qui se passe aujourd'hui dans la société française, tous les indicateurs signifient que la France, dans 10 ans, comme disait Gaucher, dans 10 ans, peut rentrer dans une guerre civile fatale. Les pourcentages des deux nouveaux années, aussi, il faut reconnaître que, surtout le pourcentage aujourd'hui, de nouveau-nés dans les familles musulmanes en Europe s'accentue de 1,5 chaque année. Et par rapport aux nouveau-nés dans les familles de confessions différentes en Europe. Donc c'est un constat qui nous interpelle tous. Nous, il n'est pas dans l'intérêt du citoyen du monde, je parle du citoyen du monde, que la France connaîtra une guerre civile. Il n'est pas dans l'intérêt du sens du civisme international que l'Europe connaîtra aussi une guerre civile. Comment on peut conserver, et c'est ce qu'il faut faire véhiculer à l'État français et à l'État européen, que l'islamophobie, c'est un drame, c'est un poison, c'est une gangrène qui ronge de plus en plus l'os de la France et de l'Europe. Et merci.
Thank you, Mohamed El Maazouz. Well, I hope we will not have a civil war in France. Well, in my introduction, I talked about how the American people was seeing us. Well, Dr. James Charles Lawrence Wolfrays, you teach at the very famous King's College in London, and you are specialized in French and European politics. How you, from London, do you see French policy towards its Muslim populations? James? You just touch the screen.
Okay, I'm a bit concerned that my other colleagues are going to get cut off by lunch if I speak for more than about 30 seconds. But if you could give me an idea of what time we're aiming to finish the panel, it will be easier to answer the question.
Combien de temps? Combien de temps?
Combien de temps il nous reste? Okay, well look,
we are 30 minutes late now, and you have after lunch, and I think you are all very hungry.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is just briefly try to summarize some of the arguments in relation to France that I think are relevant for an understanding more generally of Islamophobia, because we've heard over the past couple of days various accounts of Islamophobia in different countries, and there's obviously a specificity to France. But one of the features of this process of stigmatization, essentialization of Muslims, is how it contributes to an authoritarian dynamic led by the state. So, in answer to one of the points you made at the start of this session, I would make a distinction very clearly between the French state and the French population, and I'd also try and point to some similarities that exist in the development of Islamophobia in a country like France and countries like Britain, the United States, and elsewhere. So I wouldn't make France an exception, but I think there are specificities to the situation in France, largely because of the role played by the French tradition of republican secularism or laicity. So we're essentially talking about the relationship between processes of classification and exclusion produced by accusations of communitarianism or separatism. And in France, these are codified via republican secularism the relationship between those processes and this authoritarian dynamic at the heart of the French state. So I'd start with an example that might seem fairly trivial. In October 2019, the Education Secretary, Jean-Michel Blanquet, highlighted a problem that he'd become aware of in French schools. So we're talking about children here. Little boys were refusing to hold hands with little girls. So if we think of the reasons why that might occur in whatever situation, they might have had an argument, they might not like each other, he might be germophobic, he might just be in a bad mood. There could be a million reasons. What was the reason identified by the Education Secretary? Muslim households were putting pressure on small boys not to hold hands with small girls. And so this therefore created a problem of proselytism because pressure was being put on others in public space. So I'll talk in a moment about how the French state decided to deal with this problem. But what it underlines is the double bind that Muslims are put under. So double contrainte in French. A double bind is like a no-win situation where people are set up to fail. And what we find is that there is a limitless fountain of moral panics to be found by creating these double binds and then asking for the state to have more power to deal with them. So it's a dynamic that targets and stigmatizes Muslims, but it leads to authoritarian measures that will affect everybody. So it's a concern that affects anybody concerned with basic freedoms and rights. So the double bind in this situation is that you create a community by stigmatizing behaviors, and then you stigmatize those people for wanting to belong to a community that you've created. And you ask for more powers for the state to be able to discipline and control this community. So you think of terrorist attacks, do you support these terrorist attacks? Muslims are asked to respond as a community, so there's the double bind. They're asked to become the thing that they're required not to become, but constantly this process repeats itself. So basically, the point that I want to make about the separatism legislation and the various measures that have been introduced over the past couple of years in France is that they are also creating these double binds. They're a product of it. And so it's a cycle that has the capacity for endless repetition. So basically the separatism legislation drew a link between everyday acts and Islamism. So a link, in other words, between the little boy who didn't want to hold hands with the little girl and terrorist attacks. Macron warned about the danger of the Islamist Hydra. So think about that image for a minute. The Islamist Hydra, and called on people to act, people to create a society of vigilance. So in other words, people are invited to participate in measures of surveillance to control and discipline the Muslim population. When the separatism legislation was introduced, what it did was it highlighted problems with organizations like the CCIF, the basically Committee Against Islamofobiya in France, that was in itself in a double bind. So it was accused of fomenting opposition to the French state by highlighting the problem of state racism. So the reason why it had to be banned is it was contributing to Islamophobia and anti-French sentiment. It was the only organization that was systematically investigating acts of Islamophobia. So essentially, the problem I'm trying to underline is one where a whole series of moral panics are created in an innumerable number of situations. The state is then called upon to intervene, to produce legislation, to invite the population to contribute to this surveillance of the Muslim population. And so Islamophobia is going hand in hand with the creation of this authoritarian dynamic.
Okay, thank you, James. Noureddin Belhout, as the director of the French Islamic Science University in Paris, you are very well placed to know how French young Muslims are treated in France. So, very quickly, because you have only 7 minutes or so, I would like to ask a question. Are the French really racist and Islamophobic? You will talk in French.
Vite parce qu'on est hyper en retard là. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Hello, salam alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. D'abord, je tiens à remercier l'État d'Azerbaïdjan aussi accueillant, son administration religieuse, Cheikh l'Islam Allah Shukr Bashzada qui travaille avec les centres et les services de l'État, le centre de multiculturalisme qui pour la 2e année organise cette session, que très peu d'États dans le monde organisent lui-même quelque chose sur l'islamophobie. Donc pour nous, ça nous touche beaucoup et c'est quelque chose de très important. Certes, l'Azerbaïdjan est concerné par l'islamophobie. L'Azerbaïdjan, c'est un pays souverain, indépendant, qui a subi des injustices, mais qui est toujours mal vu, mal soutenu, parce qu'il est censé supposer, malgré qu'il est séculaire, censé être musulman. Donc, la plupart des États occidentaux regardent, voilà, Arménie, Azerbaïdjan, chrétiens, musulmans, je suis de l'autre côté. Et certains disent, je suis même fier d'être islamophobe. Malheureusement, c'est un problème dont on parle depuis plusieurs années. C'est un problème qui gangrène, je dirais, le monde entier. Donc, je vais essayer, dans cette petite intervention de quelques minutes, de aussi essayer d'éclaircir la situation. Ce n'est pas aussi simple qu'on le pense. Il est très difficile dans un débat passionné d'être scientifique, d'être objectif. Donc pour ramener un peu d'objectivité à côté de la subjectivité qu'on a, je vais vous choquer un peu. Je vais vous choquer aujourd'hui dans les deux sens. Et j'ai décidé de ramener quelques photos. Parce qu'on a beaucoup de discours, on a beaucoup de statistiques, on a beaucoup de narrations, mais vous, ici, que ce soit en Azerbaïdjan ou d'autres pays, vous n'avez pas... je voulais bien mettre quelques images. Donc, quand notre objectif est dépassionner un peu, c'est un sujet quand on est pro quelque chose, contre quelque chose, on a de la passion, on est combatif, tout le monde est islamophobe, toute la France est islamophobe, l'Occident est islamophobe, il ne nous soutient pas contre l'agression, etc. On comprend, mais il faut dépassionner un peu et il faut revenir à la justice, à adalat, et à l'équilibre, au tawazun. Donc, mieux saisir les nuances. Il n'y a pas que du noir, blanc, black, white. Abiyad aswad. There is something in the middle. Il y a quelque chose au milieu. Donc, regardez bien, pour être juste, en France, on a peut-être 10 millions de musulmans, peut-être plus. 1 million de musulmans. Françada, vous dites chez vous. 10 millions de musulmans, ils vivent là. Donc, mais ils sont là en train de vivre aussi. Ils subissent des pressions, mais ils sont là, ils vivent, ils travaillent, ils ont leurs enfants à l'école, ils ont des business, ils ont des entreprises, etc. Il y a de la pression, il y a de l'islamophobie, il y a de la discrimination, mais ils sont là. Donc, il y a 5000 mosquées, dites-vous, Beshmin Mesjid, en France, Jamiyyat, Idman Jamiyyat, des associations sportives, humanitaires, donc musulmanes. On n'est peut-être pas loin de 10 000 associations musulmanes. Mosquées humanitaires, sportives, etc. Il faut le concevoir. Vous voyez, là, je donne le khutbah dans une mosquée. On en a 5000. Une autre mosquée. Ça, un colloque, le colloque international forum avec le Cheikh Ravil, Cheikh Alimov, Rahmatullah Alayh, Kazakhstan, Roumanie, etc. C'est en France. Tout ça, c'est en France. Un château acheté par les musulmans, il y a 40 ans, on fait dedans notre fête de fin d'année. On est 500 à 1000, on a des diplômés dans le Coran. Il y a de l'islamophobie, oui, on fait des voyages là en Europe en tant que musulmans, des activités et les conférences du mois de Ramadan dans les mosquées. Ça, c'est une mosquée. On peut en avoir 3000, 4000. Une autre mosquée dans laquelle je fais une réunion avec les étudiants. Une autre mosquée, bon, ça c'est historique. Une autre mosquée dans la région parisienne. 600 mosquées dans la région de Paris et salles de prière. Ça, ne l'oubliez pas. Donc, projet de mosquées, encore des mosquées qui coûtent 5, 6 millions, 10 millions d'euros, jusqu'à 30 millions. Ayoub Sultan Mosque, les frères turcs qu'ils constituent à Strasbourg. Pas celle-là, mais elle est plus grande. Voilà, c'est des mosquées de France, à Gennevilliers, dans la région parisienne, une autre mosquée à Melun, une autre en prix aussi, même en plein air, dans les endroits où on fait. Ça, c'est Salat el-Eid, Eid Namaz. Voilà une autre mosquée en projet, en construction. Vous voyez, je fais khutbah de Jumu'ah dedans. Bien sûr, parce que, à force d'entendre la France, l'islamophobie, non, on y vit, il y a des activités. Khatm al-Qur'an hifz, that is hafiz, women hafiz. This one, des mosques, hafiz imam, 5 ans, depuis 10 ans, cette année à la faculté des sciences islamiques de Paris que je dirige, on a 700 étudiants qui étudient Coran, Sharia, sciences islamiques, qui étudient la langue arabe et qui sont 55 qui sont diplômés avec des ijaza, et calligraphie arabe, islamic art, des activités avec nos amis Bachar Arafat de Washington qui est ici présent, Jean-Michel, un rabbin juif, un rabbi, Jewish rabbi, who talk about Islam, Islamophobia, and Palestine, and other, and other, and other, and other, and other, and other. Voilà, mosquée de Paris. Je vais vous choquer parce que on a deux choses, on a deux tableaux. On ne peut pas être aussi catégorique, aussi noir et blanc. Je pense qu'il faut nuancer. Juste pour aller dans cette black and white, la France est plurielle, elle est multiple. Dans les médias, comme dans la politique, comme dans la... Malgré l'islamophobie qui règne et qui, tous les jours, augmente. Les médias, on a ces news connus. Il n'y a qu'un seul avis, celui des islamophobes, des spécialistes qui théorisent, qui mettent, etc. La parole toujours donnée aux autres, pas aux musulmans concernés. On parle tout le temps de l'islam sans inviter les musulmans. On parle tout le temps d'immigrés sans les inviter. Ils sont absents, mais on est là de faire le tribunal tous les jours. Tous les jours. À côté, on a France 24, on a Monte Carlo, on a LCI, on a d'autres chaînes qui sont plus justes, plus nuancées. Les politiques, on a l'extrême droite, on a Marine Le Pen et son équipe. C'est un parti historique. Mais de l'autre côté, on a Mélenchon, on a la gauche, et on a les journaux, on a à Valeurs Actuelles, islamophobes connus, mais on a aussi Mediapart. Les intellectuels, on a Éric Zemmour, très connu, très condamné plusieurs fois par les tribunaux, etc. Mais on a aussi Edoui Plenel qui écrit un livre, comme c'était l'époque où on persécutait les juifs, il y a quelqu'un qui est sorti, il a écrit un livre pour les juifs. En pleine crise, ben Plenel écrit pour les musulmans. Donc la population, les lois, la loi autorise 10 000 associations, structures, universités, facultés, mosquées, etc. Mais dans les mêmes lois, on contrôle les mosquées, on fait des descentes de police, on regarde, on fouille un petit peu partout, on ferme les écoles, on fouille dans les manuels, on vous regarde qu'est-ce que vous étudiez, on soupçonne, est-ce que vous allez enseigner un islam un peu, est-ce que vous dites quelque chose, même maintenant, loi réconfortant les principes de la République, ben, parfois on exagère. Là, avec Jean-Michel, on connaît un lycée privé tenu par des filles. Les filles, elles n'ont même pas de hijab. Et on l'a fermé. Différentes accusations, mais on dit qu'il y a un problème dans le bâtiment, mais de l'autre côté, on parle de séparatistes. Et ils véhiculent des lois qui ne sont contre la France et contre ces... Mais bien sûr, on comprend que l'État veille à protéger les citoyens. On est citoyens musulmans. On est aussi protégé par les forces de l'ordre, etc. Et on est protégé par les lois. Mais on est entre ces deux tableaux que vous voyez. Donc, on ferme les mosquées, on ferme un lycée par différentes raisons. 3 ans plus tard, on leur donne raison dans la justice. On leur dit, ah, dommage, vous avez raison, on n'aurait pas dû, it was a mistake, school closed, it was a mistake. But après 3 ans, ça y est, le projet est détruit. Combien de mosquées, d'associations, de projets sont détruits après la justice, auquel on fait confiance, parce qu'il y a quand même une justice en France. Et heureusement qu'il y a cet appareil qui reste... voilà, très rapidement, les populations, on a les populations des villes et les populations des villages. On a ceux qui côtoient les musulmans, ceux qui ne les côtoient pas. On a des gens extrêmement islamophobes qui appellent à dégommer les musulmans, à les tuer. On a des gens qui s'entraînent dans les forêts pour nous tuer. Et nous, on a reçu des lettres de menaces de mort. S'il arrive quoi que ce soit, un autre attentat en France, quelque chose, on va vous tuer. Dans notre école, pas ailleurs, je peux vous montrer la lettre. Mais il y a aussi des gens qui viennent nous soutenir. Des Français, nos concitoyens qui ne sont pas musulmans, ils viennent regarder, nous soutenir et nous dire ce que vous faites c'est bien, vous instruisez les jeunes, on vous soutient, etc. Il y a des voisins qui font de la délation, qui nous, tout le temps chez la police, d'autres qui nous... Donc, Il y a des jeunes identitaires qui chassent les migrants et les réfugiés. On ne les voit que musulmans. Mais il y a d'autres qui les sauvent et qui les aident et qui leur donnent à manger et qui les aident à faire leurs papiers, etc. Donc voilà, vous voyez, on n'est vraiment pas dans le noir et blanc. Je reviens aussi pour clôturer. Il me reste combien de minutes? Voilà, donc 30 secondes. Voilà. Je prendrai une petite minute pour revenir sur certaines causes. On en a parlé, Mohamed El Mazouz en a parlé, aussi Roland on en a parlé, etc. La question de l'histoire. Moi, je suis juif ou je suis chrétien. L'islam arrive. L'islam, il a une autre idée, une autre hypothèse, une autre philosophie. Il est concurrent. Si on a une autre religion aujourd'hui qui rentre ici pour concurrencer ce que nous sommes, ici en Azerbaïdjan, malgré le multiculturalisme, on est un peu résistant, on est voilà. Donc ça vient, relation, les croisades, depuis l'époque de la chrétienté entre islam, après l'impérialisme et le colonialisme, on a envoyé la plupart des pays musulmans. La France, elle a pris la grande part des pays musulmans durant la période coloniale. Zahor m'a beaucoup parlé entre moi, français, hein, et algérien. I'm Algerian, I'm French, it's explosive. Donc, quand la France a appliqué en 1905 la loi de la laïcité qui sépare l'État et les religions ou l'Église, elle a refusé de l'appliquer chez nous en Algérie pour que le culte, pour que les musulmans soient contrôlés. Et l'association des ulama d'Algérie, auquel j'appartiens, elle militait pour que cette loi soit appliquée. Donc voilà, là, nos jeunes, ils reviennent à la religiosité, les jeunes musulmans, ils deviennent des imams ici dans la grande mosquée de Paris, ils reviennent, ils veulent étudier leur religion, ils veulent revenir. Ça dérange, cette visibilité dérange, mais il faut garder dans l'esprit que c'est toujours le bien et le mal, c'est ça la vie. C'est le combat entre le bien et le mal. Ça ne va pas se finir comme ça. Okay. Donc, merci beaucoup. Merci à tous. Merci de m'avoir écouté et désolé pour le temps. Salam alaikum.
Yes, Noureddin is right. There is not only one France, of course, and we must not confuse France and French policy. It's very, very different. Okay, and but one of the expression of this Islamophobic French policy is that France tried to silence independent Muslim voices. I would like to ask Mr. Mohammed Abdur Rabbani, who is the director of CAGE International, which is an organization that fights against abuses committed during anti-terrorist measures. So you have observed this phenomenon closely. Can you explain this policy to us?
Thank you very much,
my dear.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you, audience, for your patience. I need to watch the time, so look, I'm going to take off my watch, keep it in front of me, try and make sure that we keep the time. So, what people say, one of the worst things you can do is give a lawyer or an academic the mic. You're going to be there for the rest of the day. So I can assure you that I'm not a lawyer, but I can't promise you that I'm going to go over the time, but I'll do my best. So, what we've heard, very important contributions, analyzing Islamophobia in the French context. Our previous speakers have set out the landscape, the political, social landscape, and what I'm going to do is just give you actually an update. So part of it is my own experience and the work that we as an organization have been doing in France. We are a British-based NGO, but 2-3 years ago, we saw the events rapidly changing in France, and we decided to make an intervention. So let me begin by, first of all, telling you that only a few months ago in December, I was invited to speak at a conference similar to this, organized by the Baku Initiative Group, who are co-organizers of this conference. And I landed in Geneva to attend the UN headquarters where I was to deliver the speech. But what happened is I was barred. I was barred from attending. And the reason that the Swiss authorities gave me for stopping me from entering the country was they were very explicit and clear. They said, this is under the instruction from the French government. So I said, how can you allow a foreign government to impact your sovereign decision? I mean, this is your territory. You should decide who is allowed and who's not allowed. And do you understand that by doing that, what you're doing is you are disrupting the work of a human rights NGO? Okay? Nevertheless, they abided by that instruction from France and they banned me. Now, if you go back to a few months before that, in October 2023, I was due to attend Poland to address a conference at the OSCE. Again, the Polish authorities decided to stop me. All right? So what you just have to do is just pause for a minute and think. If my name was John Smith and not Mohammed, and if my skin color was a little bit different to the one that I've got, and if I was the head of Amnesty International and not Cage International, do you think this would be happening? That's what we need to just take away. I'm not from France. We're not based in France. We don't have any real work in France until just very recently. So what is it that the French government wants to achieve by restricting the activities of a foreign British-based NGO? So you have to go back further to a year before that, in October 2022, or September 2022 rather, I did attend a conference in OSCE, and at that conference we laid out the findings of the work that we were doing as an organization investigating France's state policy on Islamophobia. And based on that speech, I'm telling you directly, based on that speech, I visited France I tried to visit France 2 months after that conference. They presented me a letter at the border. The police handed it to me. It was from the Ministry of Interior. And they expressly told me that you are banned from entering French territory. You will be deported from this country. Why? Because of what you have said in your speech against France. I mean, talk about freedom of expression and talk about freedom of association. To me, it shows just how weak the French government policy is. And for us, there's a lesson. The lesson is the French government knows what it's doing is wrong. The French government knows that it cannot stand up. Its arguments to maintain this particular focus on the Muslim minority in France cannot stand up in any international forum. And that's why it is afraid of international criticism. Okay? And that's an important thing because we need to talk about actions that we can take. So what happened ultimately started in 2018. I'm going to focus on one policy, which is called the systematic obstruction policy. And connected to it is what you heard from previous speakers, the anti-separatism law. Since 2018, the French government has a devolved structure of local authorities where it's appointed a person to investigate, monitor, surveil Muslim civil society. And as a result of this program, it has led to the closure of masjids, businesses, organizations, and various other civil society activity that emerges from the Muslim community. Now, I should make one point here. I'll quickly give you 3 examples. These 3 examples, one is a civil liberties organization, one is a humanitarian organization, and one is a bookshop. All of them were forcibly shut down within the space of 12 months. What was their crime? One of them, CCIF, in documented papers, was accused of the crime of saying French government policy is Islamophobic. That was its crime. It simply described French policy as racist and Islamophobic. And based on that alone, the French government decided it's going to shut down the organization. One of our previous speakers explained that there are lots of Muslim activities happening. What I would put forward is that the French state is quite happy with a privatized, domesticated version of Muslim civil society that is hidden away. We have to ask the question, do the Muslims of France not have the right to participate in public life? do they not have the right and the responsibility to influence the public policy issues in France? If so, why is the French state completely shutting down all public policy presence of Muslims and pushing them into the margins where they can have their religious and social organizations and so forth? It's not acceptable, and it would not be acceptable to any other community. Some statistics are there for you to see. 25,000 investigations. I mean, 700 plus forced closures of Muslim civil society groups. I'll quickly go to the conclusion. Now, what we've been doing as an organization is investigating all of this. And I think this report, if you come across this report, go to our website. This is the crime that Cage committed. It published an analytical report on the operation of French state policy. And this quote that you see on the front of the document is not something that we're saying, by the way. It's a quote from the Minister of Interior, who publicly announced in an interview that we are now beginning to spread terror. We are going to be terrorizing the Muslims of France, and you will see the effects of it. This is public policy, right? So I do advise, have a look at that report and you will see what's going on. Now, to conclude, a few quick observations. There is a global phenomenon of Islamophobia. The French version, it's a liberal democratic state, it claims to be, but actually it is operating almost a totalitarian policy when it comes to Muslims. It is really doing what the other governments such as Israel, India, China are doing to their Muslim minorities. That's all really how we have to understand it. But it just has a particular flavor. It is extremely authoritarian and totalitarian. What we predict will happen in the next 10 years or so is you're going to see this climate getting worse and French policy becoming even more draconian and authoritarian. We probably will see, there are talks in public debate where people say there should be a Guantanamo for French people. There are public politicians who publicly say we should have a two-tier legal system, one for French people and one for Muslim French people. This is acceptable in the public debate. So when you create that type of atmosphere, the possibility of passing laws and legislation where you literally have a legal apartheid system, two laws for two different people living in the same country, is actually not unrealistic. So I'm going to finish just by saying two action points that I suggest, especially since we're all sitting here, we're listening, we're talking. The first one is that we need to focus on the Olympics that are coming up. France will be on the global stage. And what we need to do is put pressure on France. France is sensitive to public pressure, international pressure. And that pressure, all you have to do is remember, not so long ago, there was a World Cup that took place in Qatar. And you have to remember how the French government, the French media, Western media in general, used that occasion to really, really push their Islamophobic tropes all over the world. So what we need to do is really come together, think of a strategy to put pressure on the French authorities, because internally it's extremely difficult for people to organize because public spaces have been shut down. And my second action point suggestion is that those of us who are not from France, I think we have an extra duty. Because from outside, when we comment and speak on and expose the racist, Islamophobic nature of France's policies, it actually does have an effect. I'll leave it there. Thank you, moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohammed, for this strong presentation, very efficient. We noticed that the Anglo-Saxon countries view the French attitude towards Muslims with a kind of amazement. Dr. Kautar Najib, you are a lecturer at the University of Liverpool. What have you observed about the manifestation of this particular form of racism in France?
Okay, thank you. Salam alaikum. I'm happy to be here. The title of my presentation is From Global Islamophobia to the Criminalization of Spaces of Resistance in France. And I guess here the real question is what spaces are left against Islamophobia in France. I am a French Moroccan academic, and for example, I've never been able to find a job in France. So I'm going to continue to speak in English because, as I always say, English saved my professional life. So I'm going to speak English. So first, I will talk about how Islamophobia is a spatialized process, as I am a geographer. I will explain how Islamophobia projects a reality from the global scale to the local scale, and therefore how global Islamophobia impacts the everyday lives of local Muslims, and here particularly of French Muslims. Then I will highlight the spaces of resistance against Islamophobia, which undergo significant closures, repressions, and other intimidations in France. And I'm going to talk about my contribution to the European Islamophobia report, which ranks France as the champion country of Islamophobia in the world, to the point that the editors decided in 2020 to put the face of President Macron on the cover. So I developed the concept of spatialized Islamophobia in my first book that basically shows that Islamophobia affects all spatial scales, ranging from the globe to the body. And by analyzing Islamophobia at all different scales, I was able to highlight many findings, such as maps presenting the distribution of anti-Muslim acts for the Parisian case, but also for London case, and quotes from the testimonies of the main victims of Islamophobia living in Paris and also in London that I collected a few years ago. So we know that Islamophobia is a global phenomenon, the spread of this form of racism, which is more than open, normalized, and even legitimized and legalized in the media and political discourses, is impressive and globalized in the sense that it is visible in many parts of the world, whether located in the West or not, or whether located in a Muslim minority context or not. And if we focus on the West, which represent the most discussed study area, we can see that the visibility of Muslimness is depicted as problematic. Many Islamophobic tropes have been manipulated to justify the way Islamophobia is legally embedded in law, notably in France with the 2004 hijab ban in public schools, or the 2010 law banning the niqab in the streets, or the 2021 anti-separatism law, which seeks to reduce the displays of the Islamic faith in public life. So in France, I've collected quantitative data from community associations before they were shut down that allowed me to observe that in France, Islamophobic incidents are mainly discrimination in public institutions, while in the UK, for example, there are verbal aggression on public transport. So this focus on institutions clearly questions the French laïcité, as well as the whole French Republican model and its values of liberté, égalité, and fraternité. So Islamophobia is not only multi-scalar, but it is also multidimensional as it affects all sectors. First, we can talk about the political and media sphere, which is particularly affected by Islamophobia. And it was very intense during the 2022 presidential campaign with the participation of the new candidate, Eric Zemmour, who shared a very worrying anti-Muslim program. Instead of having programs and laws protecting religious and ethnic minorities, we have in France almost constant promises of new Islamophobic laws. Education is also constantly affected, especially with the secularism plan that targets the long skirts of young girls who wear the hijab outside of their high school. So their bodies and clothing are once again controlled and scrutinized, sometimes to the point of sexual harassment in the name of secularism. Many other sectors are affected, and many other incidents could be mentioned here, such as police violence against Muslims or anti-Muslim directives given to the police, or the scandalous and disproportionate expulsions of imams, or the unfair imprisonment of Muslim activists, or the promotion of white supremacist crimes by highly influential figures, or even crimes committed against vulnerable and racialized Muslim people. So all of these are signals sent to French Muslims. These signals show them that their community as a whole is targeted. Their religious practices are monitored, as are their association, their organization, their capacity to react, to protect themselves, to resist, and to have a political voice. At the moment, everything shows that they are subjected to a sort of exceptional regime. This exceptional regime has allowed, very often without convincing reasons, the closure of local mosques, of Muslim schools, of publishing houses, of NGOs denouncing Islamophobia. We are therefore observing a real criminalization of all spaces of resistance against Islamophobia in France. So a legitimate question appears here. Are there still spaces against Islamophobia in France? It is true that as French Islamophobia is mainly institutional, any attempt to combat it is inevitably incriminated and even destroyed. But let's try to stay positive, because there are a few spaces where we can still meet and discuss Islamophobia. We can still see some initiatives, although they are very limited. There are still some actions carried out by French Muslim associations, by politicians, journalists, academics, activists, and there are also many international human rights NGOs trying to do something outside of France to protect their rights, the right of French Muslims. And all of this is obviously very welcome. So yes, let's try to remain positive, even if we must also keep in mind that as long as our governments are not ready to break with their neoliberal regime, all strategies aimed to reduce Islamophobia and more broadly inequalities will necessarily reproduce even more irregularities. In other words, we must be able to criticize the contradictions of our governments, which claim to limit and reduce inequalities and racism that they themselves have paradoxically generated through economic deregulation and colorblindness. So Islamophobia is a spatialized process. It is a pervasive phenomenon because it affects all spatial scales as well as all sectors, and that's why we have no other choice but to resist. We must all resist because oppression necessarily calls for resistance. Our resistance should be both localized and internationalized, as we are doing here today, and our resistance should also try to bring together all the global struggles against oppression, because Islamophobia has the potential to go beyond Muslims and Islam and create new alliances with broader anti-racist groups that already know the structural dimensions of racism. So Islamophobia is an anti-racist issue, but it is also a feminist issue, it is also an anti-colonialist issue, and so on. And the main goal here is to all unite together against the normalization of such a racist culture. So thank you.
Thank you, Kauta. So now we have one more speaker, and a very important one. Well, unfortunately, France is not the only Islamophobic country. Australia has repeatedly been singled out for its uninhibited Islamophobia. Maybe you will disagree with that. Particularly following the attack committed in New Zealand in 2019 by an Australian Islamophobic activist. It may be interesting to compare the way Islamophobia is expressed in the two countries. This is precisely the question I would like to ask to Dr. Sarah Sheikh Hussein, who is a researcher at the University of Melbourne. Sarah, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't have a presentation, I just needed to work. I've been sitting for so long, so excuse me. I have two reflections to make before I start. First, I genuinely regret giving up on French and canceling my Duolingo subscription. I'm going back to learning French. And second, Islamophobia in Australia sounds like a walk in the park listening to you guys speaking about what's happening in France. Not that I didn't know, but yeah, like in the in-depth insights into the extent to which Islamophobia manifests in France, into regulating, governing every single aspect of your lived life, and even in foreign, engagement, is astonishing in a very negative way. So you might disagree, but I genuinely believe now, listening to all that, that in Australia, the kind of Islamophobia we have, and this is maybe something that we need to highlight, when we speak about Islamophobia, we tend to just say the word Islamophobia without defining it. And it's not as simple as just, one expression of anti-Muslim hate. It takes different manifestations. So for my specific presentation, because we don't have much time, I'm just going to be focusing on one kind of Islamophobia that targets the visibility of Muslims. So I'm not going to be talking about political forms of Islamophobia or discursive forms of Islamophobia. I'm talking about the social aspect of Islamophobia that would regulate the visibility of Muslims. And what I'm trying to do at the beginning is I'm going to try to explain to you why I think the Australian Muslims have far more privilege in combating Islamophobia, and the kind of Islamophobia that they're facing is a very particular form of Islamophobia because of two factors: secularity and multiculturalism. Needless to say that the terrorist attacks of 9/11 and the subsequent terrorist activities in the West created a climate of moral panic whereby the religious identity of Muslims in the West became the forefront of political media and public contestations, leading to what I call the hyper-visibility of Muslims beyond their percentages in the population. This discursive framing of the so-called Muslim question, or more precisely, how to govern the Muslim problem, becomes the core focus of many Western countries, Australia included, and we see that in France. They're trying to govern the Muslims' existence and expressions. Underpinning all of this is an assumption that Islam and Muslims in the West are fundamentally incompatible with Western values and ideals, which is liberty and democracy. We see that, in France, which deploys a very strict separation between the secular and the sacred, that this is the case. But when we look at softer secular nations like Australia, we still have a problem, because still religion to some extent is perceived and approached as a private matter that belongs behind closed doors. There's still that perception, even in secular, soft secular nations like Australia and Canada. The visible marker, therefore, of Muslims' religiosity, such as women's headscarf, men's beards, or even the act of praying in public, is problematized as a threatening act because it falls outside the secular norms of private religious practices, and therefore it's linked to extremist ideologies. In the public imagination, such Muslim religious visibilities are often portrayed as being somehow un-Australian. And this takes me to explain, in Australia, the main problem in my research with Muslim community organizations, when I asked them what is Islamophobia, my analysis revealed that for them, Islamophobia is the assumption that Australian Muslims are un-Australian. They're not treated as citizens, not viewed as citizens. So therefore, because of that perception, their counter activities to counter Islamophobia emanates from that perception. And I'm going to take you into that in a second. So needless to say, you all know that France, La Cité, emerges out of conflict and a desire to end the religious interference and establish a state sovereignty that is religious-free. This is not the case in Australia. Australia's secularity emerged from a peaceful integration of religious diversity. Australia's secularity was influenced by practical considerations taken at the formation of the federation to include religious factions that felt excluded when migrating from Europe, for example. While France's secularity aims to administer society in public and political spaces without any religious influence, Australia, to the contrary, is more about ensuring religious freedoms and preventing government interference in religious matters. Section 116 of the Australian Constitution explicitly limits the government's power to be religious and to impose religion. In fact, it says it prohibits the government from limiting the free exercise of religion. So this is a major difference in how the co-foundation of the two nations impacts the Muslims' ways of expressing their religiosity. So another factor is multiculturalism. So despite France's lived reality as a multicultural society that is home to many ethnicities and backgrounds, France does not officially recognize its diversity, ethnic, racial, and religious diversity. It does not collect data on that, and I heard that it's really hard for researchers to gain ethical clearances to collect data on ethnic and religious minorities and that. This is completely the opposite in Australia, where multiculturalism is the formal policy. It's not only multiculturalism policy in Australia not only recognizes the diversity, but also celebrates it. It celebrates citizens' languages, diversity in affiliations, ethnicities, and backgrounds. And the government regularly collects data on that to make sure that everyone is included and not excluded. And the Racial Discrimination Act is Australia's first anti-discrimination legislation to protect people from unfair treatment or vilification on the basis of their race, color, descent, or national and ethnic origin. A section of this law prohibits employers, for example, from imposing work requirements that impair, and I'm quoting, impair recognition, enjoyment, or exercise on an equal footing of a human right or fundamental freedom, such as banning the headscarves of women. So you see this secularity and multiculturalism of these two different nations is at stark difference, which provides the ecosystem for Muslim minorities in these countries to experience Islamophobia in a different way, as well as respond to Islamophobia in, I would say, empowered ways in Australia, unlike in France. So if I'm just going to be focusing on visibility, because that's one fraction of what Islamophobia appears to be, the hyper-visibility of Muslims is a manifestation of Islamophobia. We're not too many, and we're not here to conquer and to impose Sharia law, but that's what the media and the political rhetoric shows. And we in Australia, since 2015 up to 2016, we had 5 or 6 anti-Islam political parties running for office in that time frame. So and they used Muslims' visibility as their agenda. They're trying to curtail the visibility of Muslims in the Australian society. So focusing on visibility, I'd say that the Australian Muslims use Australia's multicultural policy not only to claim their rights and freedoms of religious expressions, but also to capitalize on their hypervisibility. For example, Australian Muslims consider cross-cultural activities and engagements, which is, by the way, imposed by the government under the integration, social cohesion agenda, which is also, some scholars would call this a soft form of Islamophobia, where the government wants the Muslims to integrate a little bit more and to get to be connected, to reduce the possibility of being radicalized. So anyways, so this imposition of cross-cultural engagement, the Muslim community organizations I spoke to, they're happily doing it, and they use it as an opportunity not only to educate non-Muslims about Islam, but most importantly, to put their hyper-visibility as Muslims in display, to humanize and normalize Muslims' existence as citizens in these spaces. They perceive these cross-cultural engagements as critical platforms to regain control of their public image and to impose their social positioning by amplifying the positive visibility. Another example is Muslims' attempt to blur the sharp dichotomy between public sites of visibility assigned to citizens and private sites of invisibility assigned to religiosities, mosques, parks, mosques, schools, for example. So Muslims in Australia deliberately turn their private spaces, such as mosques and Islamic cultural centers, into public spaces open to receive all, not only Muslims. An example is the annual National Mosque Open Day, when several mosques across the nation simultaneously open their doors to the public, offering Australians a first-hand opportunity to interact and have conversations with Muslims inside their house of worship. Also, there are other instances where Muslims turn public spaces into private Islamic spaces. And this is a deliberate and strategic decision to access public sites of visibility assigned to Australians in their capacity as Muslims. So they're doing that to conflate the two, to assert that we're Australians and we're Australians, we're citizens, and we are Muslims, and that's our religious identity. There's no conflation, there's no contradiction between the two. An example of that is when they, for example, gather in a public space such as a park in the city of Melbourne to perform Eid prayers. This silent and visible performance of Muslims praying in mass in a public space is a highly audible and visible statement of Muslims' rights to exist and to express pride in their religiosity. So, in conclusion, I'd say that Australian Muslims use Australia's multicultural systems whereby religious freedoms are protected to situate Muslims within secular and national visible sites of recognition and citizenship, to enhance their public recognition as Australian citizens. Because as I said at the beginning of my presentation, this is how they understand Islamophobia. For them, Islamophobia in Australia is the government denying them, or the public denying them, that recognition as Australian citizens who are full. Australian Muslims use also their hyper-visibility as a social capital, not as a problem. It is a manifestation of Islamophobia, but they use it as a social capital to outwardly project and amplify their religious identity within a multicultural system that not only protects, but should also celebrate Muslims' existence. So they capitalize on that. Australian multicultural policies allow Muslims to use public spaces to turn the very visibility of Muslims from a hyper-securitized construct to a platform for countering Islamophobia narratives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sheikh Hussein. Unfortunately, we have no more time for discussion because last session was quite late. Just a conclusion. I think that these conferences like this one are very important and necessary, but it is not enough. As our politician Pierre Mendès-France said, we need some concrete action now. And he said that racism cannot be discussed. It has to be fought. So we need now concrete actions. Thank you very much, and have a good lunch.
So please, if you could just... Bizim hörmətli media nümayəndələrindən xahiş olunur ki, biraz sakitliyə riayət etsinlər. Təşkilatçıların xahişidir. Okay, so one speaker in our panel is very late to the airport. So without much ado, I'll introduce our panel, a topic, and give the floor to her. And then we'll continue as requested. So this is the very last panel. We're going to speak about the matrix of gendered Islamophobia, Muslim women's repression and resistance, gender and society. Despite being the very last panel, this topic certainly is not the least important. And of course, we will speak about the issue related to gendered Islamophobia. And the speakers of this panel will focus on different aspects of the matter, including but not limited to the issues concerning the Muslim women repression, societal aspects of the topic at hand, psychological, theoretical perspectives, as well as women's role in matters of peace and security, and gender-based violence and violence they endure. We have a fantastic panel of speakers, women champions, who will speak to us about their ideas, experiences, as well as mainstream perspectives on gender-based Islamophobia and the ways to cope with it. So we have only an hour and a half, and we are very behind the schedule. So I asked the speakers to limit their interventions to only 5 minutes, please. 5 minutes, so that we can also have some time to Q&A. And you can speak from your seats or take the podium, it's up to you. And one speaker is late to the airport, so I would like to invite her to deliver her speech or presentation. This is Dr. Amina Esad-Daat. She's from the UK. She's senior lecturer in politics at the Montfort University, and she will speak about the left and gendered Islamophobia. The floor is yours, madam.
Okay, maybe that would work. I didn't know where it was. Thank you ever so much. Just wanted to sort of race through my presentation really quickly in order to give the other panelists some time as well to speak. And I think this is something that's been touched on by some of the other speakers across the course of the conference, but it's something that I wanted to focus on a little bit more. So my focus really today is talking about the left and gendered Islamophobia. This paper is adapted from a forthcoming chapter in a book I've co-edited that's due out next month, the Palgrave Handbook of Gendered Islamophobia. The chapter there is the left liberalism and gendered Islamophobia. In it, I use the case studies of France and Belgium. Today, I'll be looking at France to illustrate some of my arguments. So over the course of 5 minutes, I wanted to essentially define what I mean by gendered Islamophobia, what I mean by liberal Islamophobia, to highlight the colonial and historical rootings of the phenomena, and also point to some of the feminist paradoxes that gendered Islamophobia presents us, then look at the policy and legislation in the French case to really illustrate some of the examples. In my work, I use the APPG on British Muslims definition, so understanding Islamophobia as a form of racism that targets Muslimness and perceived Muslimness. In terms of gendered Islamophobia, then I'm looking at the way in which Islamophobia specifically impacts Muslim men and women differently. In my work, I look at Muslim women's experiences. Liberal Islamophobia is kind of, and I draw on Mondon and Winter in particular to conceptualize this, but Mondon and Winter talk about this pseudo-progressive ideology that is mobilized in order to justify and legitimate Islamophobic practice. And I'm really interested in the way in which this liberal Islamophobia finds its home on the political left, signals the normalcy and mainstreaming of Islamophobia, but also the way in which it's targeting potentially Muslim women in different and disproportionate ways to other members of society. Really, by doing this, I want to challenge the notion that Islamophobia is a right-wing phenomenon. Quite often we talk about Islamophobia and the right, and it almost, I then kind of generates this idea that the far right, it's the preserve of the far right. When in fact, and I think a lot of you have pointed to this, that Islamophobia is increasingly mainstream, and the left has a role to play in all of this. And it's actually that left-wing complicity that enables the processes of interpersonal violence, and normalizes that element of Islamophobia, but also allows and enables policy and legislation and therefore practice to happen. And one of the things that Mondon and Winter talk about in their conceptualization of liberal Islamophobia is the way in which we talk about the evocations of free speech, the evocations of human rights, and for women, the way in which we evoke gendered emancipation or women's rights as a means of banning and controlling or disciplining visible Muslimness. So really, to understand all of this in my work, I then look at the historical context, and I particularly employ the work of people like Said, who, in his book Orientalism, talk about the reduction of Muslim men to this violent, barbaric tone, whereas Muslim women are seen as then oppressed and in need of liberation. And it's this particular oppression and in need of liberation that is mobilized by the left in order to legitimate gendered Islamophobia at the policy level. And this also then draws on ideas such as the white man's burden, the idea that this sort of emancipation of women is not only civilizing Muslim societies, but also an act of beneficence and goodwill on part of the colonizer in the past, and now lawmakers today, and policy activists today. So really looking at ideas like the mission civilisatrice, and then also understanding this in the French context through the indigenous code, the indigénat, and the way in which Muslimness historically in the French context has been disproportionately penalized. One of the examples, particularly in the French context and French colonization of Algeria, was the way in which under the indigenous code, Muslim women were subject to unveiling ceremonies. But in fact, if we dig a little bit deeper, we find in the evidence that these unveiling ceremonies were in fact forced practices. Muslim women were made to rip off hijabs in public spaces during the liberation or the fight for liberation of Algeria during the French colonial era. And we dig a little bit deeper into the specific examples. There's evidence to suggest that Muslim women who participated or who were forced to participate in these unveiling ceremonies often didn't veil or wear hijab in the first place. They often weren't even Muslim women, they were forced. They were easy targets to enact and carry out this civilizing, white man's burden, colonialist trope in the Algerian context. Women were also forced and sort of face violent threats. So there's an example in Perregaux where she talks about a woman who wasn't a Muslim, who didn't wear hijab, and was told, if you don't do this performative act of liberation and talk about the greatness of your emancipation through the French model, we will kill your brother. So this is the kind of violence we see, but also the interrelatedness and the gendered dimensions, the way in which colonial violence, historically rooted colonial violence, has been impacted on Muslim women in particular in the French context, and how this has kind of laid the foundation or sown the seeds for a continued violence against Muslim women in the French context. In the French context, I look in particular at the 2004 Loi Stasi, which resulted in the banning of headscarves in schools, or another example we might use is the Loi Anti-Niqab from 2010, where the face veil was banned across the country. If we look more closely at the legislation there and the policy debates that preceded all of that, for example, with the banning of the veil, there's in law, women, if they're found wearing the veil, are subject to X amount of fine, but if a man is believed to be forcing a woman to wear hijab or to wear the veil, then they're subject to pay an even greater fine and even face imprisonment. So there you see these kind of embedded gendered notions that are continuing these Orientalist stereotypes of Muslim men enforcing control on Muslim women, and Muslim women needing to be saved by violent French policy action and legislative action, which in fact, and I think is often missed, doesn't do any of the liberating, is in fact just another male voice speaking for these Muslim women. So Muslim women will find themselves in a rock and a hard place where their actual autonomy and independence is removed via state policy, and this seems to be completely missed within the French context. And I think then, thinking about this will be my sort of final points, thinking about things like the Loi Anti-Niqab or the Loi Stasi, the feminist movement, the white feminist movement, has been largely complicit in the French context and has done this colonially rooted mobilization or justification of the need to save Muslim women and by removing their visible Muslim dress have been active. So if we look at the Stasi Commission that was implemented in 2003 prior to the law, there were numerous white French feminists who spoke about the need to implement this law to control Muslim women because it was their emancipation. It really brings us back to this idea that feminism and coloniality, white feminism and coloniality, have been deeply intertwined, and part of our decolonial work relies on the separating out of these sorts of elements. That, you know, feminism, as Bell Hooks states, that racism is a barrier to feminist unity or women's unity, and I think that this is something that we need to be thinking about. So along the left, we tend to find these pseudo-progressive feminist arguments being mobilized to continue to control Muslim women. I'm going to conclude and wrap up there, and I think in my concluding points I really wanted to say very, very quickly that this historical rooting, this precedent that's been set in France, has the potential to influence, and in the chapter I talk about Belgium as another case study, but we could quite easily look at somewhere like Austria, Switzerland, even the UK, where we've had these sensationalist debates about Muslim women's dress. It's a precedent, and it's one that we need to be mindful of and not perhaps just lay at the door of the far right. Rather, the left and feminist movements are complicit in all of this, and this is an angle from which we can begin to think about countering and tackling, breaking down the narrative that enables the continuation of gendered Islamophobia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amina. I hope you catch your flight on time. Next on my list is Ms. Zara Muhammad. She is the Secretary General of Muslim Council of Britain. She's going to talk about the topic being resilient in the face of Islamophobia. The floor is yours.
I'll see if I'm tall enough. Is it okay? I think it's better than the side thing. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So can I kindly ask everyone to stand for a second? We've all had lunch, and I don't want you to fall asleep. Let's just stand. Let's take a stretch. We just roll the shoulders, you know. If it's a man next to you, you can massage them. If it's a lady, you just take a little, that's it. You have to move your body, otherwise it's not going to work. Okay, you may sit, you may sit. Thank you so much. I know what happens. I've been sitting all day. So 2 things you should know. It's a Scottish accent, so we'll work with it. And the second thing is, yes, I am the boss of the organization. So my thanks to the organizers of the conference for putting this together. I think we'll all have to listen, otherwise I won't speak. I think that's good. You know, one point that I probably want to make before I go into it is that, you know, this whole conference is about Islamophobia. Who are the most targeted when it comes to Islamophobia? Lady at the back. Women. Now, obviously, the last panel of the day happens to be with the women, and we've been aptly missing quite a lot of women throughout the rest of them. But I think if there's any panel that you all really need to listen to, it's probably this one, because the front line of defense, the people that take the abuse, the ones that are masqueraded and oppressed, the ones that take the smears and the headlines, are the ladies in this room. Visibly Muslim women every day carry this religion forward. They carry it, whether it's our mothers, our daughters, our nieces, our sisters, they are the ones that have to carry it. Something a little bit about me. Some of you don't know who I am. In 2021, British Muslim communities decided to elect me as the first woman to lead the organization. The organization being the 25-year-old largest umbrella body that represents Muslims in the UK. Alhamdulillah. As well as the youngest, I should say. Now, on that note, the news came out and the media could not cope, because it was absurd to think that majority of Muslim men, imams and mosques, had elected a young woman to be their leader. And so we broke the news. And with that news story, I was averaging 9 interviews a day, and I was taking on media after media, and they were all like, how on earth did this happen? How did Muslims elect you to be their leader? But the most interesting interview that I did that week, you could Google it because it made me famous, was on day 4. I took on a very prominent BBC Radio 4 interview, and the journalist was very hostile. She built up her question, and she turned to me. You claim, you know, your organization is supports women, blah, blah, blah. So tell me, how many female imams are there in the UK? And thereafter, headline after headline. And what I realized about that onslaught of media, I was called a puppet, I was called a token. One commentator said that I was a pleasant face away from a bearded, cross-eyed man, and I quote. And so I was so shocked because I couldn't believe that whilst we had changed, we were diverse, and this was such a positive story, the media couldn't handle it. And it woke me up to the reality that I was going to have to face, not just as a leader for British Muslims, but as a young Muslim woman at the helm, who is going to have to challenge narratives around who Muslim women could be, who is going to have to challenge Islamophobia and what we're talking about today, but even more importantly than that, who is going to be part of charting a course forward, which we've not talked too much about really, which is what is next, and how do young people feel optimistic about the future that we're handing them over. We have fully dissected the problem. I don't think anyone here is going to leave not knowing what Islamophobia is. But what we haven't done is equip ourselves with the way forward together. Respectively, I'm sure we're all going to do our bit. And so my role at the helm of this organization, representing, you could say in excess of 3 to 4 million Muslims, but we're a membership organization, we don't represent everybody. But thinking about the consciousness of the non-Muslim community when they engage with us. Underlying the premise of this issue is very, very simple. It's people's misunderstanding, chosen or unchosen, of Islam. This is the meeting point of Islam and Muslims. And so we have to ask ourselves, how do we present this religion, and how do we also tackle the hatred of it? Because there are forces that want to drive and drill and say Muslims are bad and toxic, but there's also forces that really just don't know who we are. And when they meet us, we don't do a very good job of it. And I know I've got a short time, so I will come to my conclusion. The reason that I started with my story is to give you a sense of realism. Sorry, academics, The realism is, it is a reality for us. As we are speaking, I'm in between press stories and media. As we are speaking, the government is trying to make my organization extremist. As we are speaking, we're hitting political turmoil, and we are seeing what's happening in Gaza and Palestine, genocide with the Uyghurs, Kashmir, and so on and so forth. We're not short of stories. But as we are speaking, we all have to choose what role we want to play in this story. Yes, it will continue, but do we just sit and listen, or do we actively say, this is my commitment to change? And so when I decided to step forward at the age of 29 to become the Secretary General, it was knowing quite well that I wouldn't be able to look back, but looking very defiantly that I was confident enough in my faith to take on that next interview, which I did again and again. The story of Muslims in Britain is an evolving one, as is the story of Muslims today. But I hope that we be partners in a change, not just in establishing a definition and helping people understand who we are and what we're about, but being a force to be reckoned with in contribution in shaping civilization and culture. So I think I titled this topic Resilience. It takes a lot of resilience to be a Muslim today, but how much resilience do you think it takes to be a Muslim woman? Thank you.
Thank you, Zara. Thank you very much. Next on my list, I have Ms. Ifatul Uminat Ismail. She's from Central Board of the Nahdlatul Ulama, Jakarta, Indonesia, and she's going to speak about the perspective of Indonesian Muslim feminists on combating Islamophobia. The floor is yours, madam, but please take 5, maximum 7 minutes, but 5 minutes is better.
Thank you. Thank you to moderator for giving me the time and allow me to speak with Arabic. Sayyidati wa sadati al-aizza, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. في هذه المناسبة وبمناسبة يوم المرأة العالمي سأتحدث أمامكم عن طرق مكافحة الإسلاموفوبيا من وجهة نظر النسوية النهضوية بإندونيسيا. فأعني بالنسوية النهضوية أو Islamic Feminine in نهضة العلماء بإندونيسيا أفراد من النساء العالمات والعلماء من الرجال الذين يتبنون نفس الأفكار والمبادئ حسب فهم علماء جمعية نهضة العلماء، وهي كبرى الجمعيات الإسلامية التي تأسست قبل قرن من الزمان. وقد تتبنت هذه الجمعية منهجاً فكرياً قائماً على مبادئ الانفتاح والوسطية والاعتدال والتسامح، وبالتالي اعترفت هذه الجمعية بأن الإسلام دين الذي ندين به واحد، غير أنها تعترف بأن تطبيقات هذه التعاليم الإسلامية على أرض الواقع الحضاري متعدد. فلذلك تدعو جمعية نهضة العلماء سائر المسلمين إلى فهم مؤصل للإسلام الذي يراعي متطلبات الزمان والمكان وتطورها. الإسلام الذي يجدد فقهه لفهم الواقع وتأسيس الحضارة الإنسانية الراقية بناء على النصوص الإسلامية المعتمدة دون خلل. أو بعبارة أخرى تدعو الجمعية إلى ما سمته هذه الجمعية بفقه الحضارة، وهو مفهوم يعبر عن جهود العلماء في فهم الشريعة الإسلامية وتطبيقها في ضوء التحديات والمتغيرات الحضارية والاجتماعية الحديثة. يهدف هذا المفهوم إلى تحقيق التوافق بين القيم والمبادئ الإسلامية وبين متطلبات العصر الحالي وظروفه. وفي هذا السياق جاء النسوية النهضوية التي ينتمين إلى هذه الجمعية ويدعون إلى ما يمكن تسميتها بالنسوية الإسلامية التي تختلف عن النسوية الغربية في بعض الجوانب، حيث تحاول النسوية الإسلامية توفير الإطار لفهم حقوق المرأة والمساواة بين الجنسين وفقاً للقيم والمبادئ الإسلامية. وأقامت النسوية النهضوية على تحقيق ثلاثة مبادئ الأساسية. أولاً العدالة الحقيقية، أو أعني بالعدالة الحقيقية تختلف عن العدالة الرمزية أو المساواة العامة. فالثاني تحقيق مبدأ العلاقة التبادلية بين أطراف المجتمع، والمراد به أن يبذل كل طرف من أطراف المجتمع القوي منها والضعيف، السائد منها والمهمش، ليعترف أن مصلحة المجتمع ككل إنما تكمن في حياة مجتمعية التي تعيش فيها أفرادها عيشة سلمية ومتكافئة. ثم ثالثاً إقامة مبدأ أو الطريق المعروف الذي يراعي المصالح المرجوة تجاه الرجال والنساء، تجاه المسلمين وغير المسلمين، تجاه الأغلبية والأقلية على حد سواء. فهذا المبدأ مطلق الخير المألوف والمأمول في المجتمع من المجتمعات حسب الأعراف القائمة ما لم تخالف ما علم من الدين بالضرورة. فينبغي للمسلمين والمسلمات في دول الهجرة أو النزوح أن يراعوا هذا المبدأ في المجتمع الغربي حتى لا يعيشوا منعزلين على أنفسهم ولا يندمجوا بها في المعاملات المسموحة. وأعتقد أن إقامة هذه المبادئ إقامة هذه الطرق قد تساعدنا على التقليل بظاهرة الإسلاموفوبيا شيئا فشيئا. والله ولي التوفيق والسلام وشكرا ثم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ismail. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Ms. Anila Ali. She's the president of American Muslim and Multi-Faith Women's Empowerment Council. She's going to talk about women's inclusion in peace and security and gender-based violence against women. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'm honored and grateful to be here in this beautiful country, Azerbaijan. Thank you to all the organizers, Baku International Multicultural Center, and all the affiliates for bringing us together on such an esteemed gathering of minds. A country where women feel safe and included, where ethnic and religious minorities are protected, and their cultural and religious heritage is recognized and valued, is indeed a role model country for the rest of the Muslim world to follow. And to bring us all here, to find solutions for problems and encourage Islamic scholarship is indeed what the Muslim world so desperately needs. So thank you, Azerbaijan, for your leadership. I'm an American Muslim. After 9/11, I was profiled at airports and taken into detention. Questioned, I found out that I wasn't alone. With me were 6 million Americans. They were also being stopped at the border. I was not raised to be a victim. When discriminated in India, as Muslims, my grandmothers stood with Jinnah, the founder of Pakistan, and founded the country. So I knew that if I raised my voice and I worked with the US government, I'd make an impact, and I could build a platform for Muslim women to have their own unique voice. I wrote blogs, I lobbied, I reached out to the New York Center for Human Rights and Global Justice. They featured my story in a documentary. It was called Americans on Hold, released in 2009. As a result of that documentary, 6 million Americans were taken off that profiling list. Today, we know that program as Global Entry. It's a natural instinct for a woman to find solutions if given that opportunity, and not to give up and be that peacemaker that we need so desperately in this world today. But sadly, as women leaders, we are often sidelined by our own, and our potential is not fully realized. I was speaking to 400 American elite law enforcement, government officials about Muslim women. After I gave my presentation, an Iraqi gentleman got up and stated, "How could you claim to be a leader? You don't even wear a hijab." He meant to insult me. My answer to him was, "Sir, I come from a Muslim majority country, from a family of Muslim leaders who have built nations. They didn't wear a hijab. Benazir Bhutto was the first woman to lead a Muslim majority country, and she didn't wear a hijab. It's no wonder that we still lack women's voices in peace and conflict. The Quran mentions women and men together, believing men, believing women, pious men, pious women, emphasizing the equal importance of women. We see the same inclusion and respect for women in the life of our Prophet, peace be upon him. Indeed, he was the greatest advocate of women's inclusion. He was perfectly comfortable working for his wife and letting her make the decisions. He encouraged his wife and his daughters to speak freely, dissent, have their own opinion and disagree. Today, we are silenced as women for having our own opinion. We are cancelled if we don't go with the popular opinions. When Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, lost his sons in a society where that would mean the loss of prestige, no male heir, he embraced his daughters as a testament to his belief in women's empowerment. He named his youngest daughter Fatima, and do you know what that means? Self-reliant. It means self-reliant. He wanted women to be empowered, to be included, to be engaged in war and peace building, as we know from the history of Islam. Think about that for a moment. That respect, that inclusion is lacking in societies today. Our organization, American Muslim and Multi-Faith Women's Empowerment Council, dispels those misconceptions about women's rights in Islam. We fight to stop violence against women, but all women. We believe Islamophobia stems from the blatant violations of women and minority rights in Muslim countries like Afghanistan, Iran, the stoning of death of an Afghan woman, girls' education in Pakistan, in Afghanistan, the killing of Mahsa Amini. Our silence on these issues, violence committed against women in the name of Islam, hurts Islam and brings on Islamophobia. It disempowers us and it weakens us. In America, we advocate for inclusion and we get it. But we often have problems with our own. The first year that we advocated for inclusion in peace and security, religious freedom and interfaith, women were 16%. After 3 years of being active, now we are 34%. Today, we have 2 Muslim American women, one from Pakistan, one from Sri Lanka, heading the roundtables of religious freedom, advocating for minorities in Pakistan and Sri Lanka. But we don't just ask for representation, we ask for authentic representation, not token representation. History has given us lots of examples of including women in peacemaking and conflict mediation. For example, look at Liberia. Muslim and Christian women came together and they fought for their children, and they were able to build a lasting community, play a pivotal role. Women of faith standing together build safer communities. Let's look at the UN. Security Council resolution passed in 2000 was the first ever, recognizing that women must be included. They have a unique voice, and they are the first line, women and girls. The UN National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security was adopted after 11 years by President Obama. It was signed in 2011. Women, peace and security, they all go together. 9 subsequent resolutions on women, peace and security were passed after that, stressing the importance of women's inclusion. But that is exactly what is lacking. We need to have women in peacemaking. We know that violent conflicts disproportionately affect women and girls, as my colleagues have noticed. Women are active agents of peace, though, and yet their role as key players is not recognized. So what can we do? Well, we must integrate capabilities of women in all aspects of UN peace operations. We want sustainable peace, that's what we've got to do. Gender advisors must be deployed on all multidimensional peacemaking missions to guarantee that a gender perspective is integrated throughout. Secondly, we must ensure voices, needs, and priorities of women and girls are included in all functions and components of peacemaking. Yes, there is a slight reluctance, but I can tell you that the new body of research has shown, and this is from the UN, that women's participation contributes to the conclusion of talks and implementation and durability of peace. If we only look at our Islamic history, we have glowing examples of women fighting in wars. Bibi Aisha, the wife of the Prophet of Islam, peace be upon him. Prophet Muhammad often sat with his wife, Bibi Khatija, on the roof of his house, and they solved problems. They talked about them. This was stated by his adopted son. His great-grandmother, Salma, had become famous as a merchant in the markets of Yathrib, Medina. She was a chief negotiator. Think about that. He was brought up by Halima, a woman who was a member of Banu Saad Women's Leadership Council. Yes, imagine that. And of course, he married his boss. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, honored women, included women, respected women. He also said, let anyone who has a daughter honor her and not prefer her over sons. What are we doing today, though? Look at the rates of Muslim women's literacy rates in the world.
Could you please conclude?
And yet, we have honor killings. We have all of these issues that we need to contend with. Yes, and we need to talk about basic human rights. When we talk about Iqra, blossom forward, which were words given to our Prophet, are we really doing that? Are we urging all our people to come out of their cocoons, unleash our dormant potential? That was the dawn of Islam. Where are we now? From age of Jahiliyyah, we went into enlightenment. The first person the Prophet of Islam shared his revelation with was his wife. Enduring peace will come when women are included. Governments may include us, but unless Muslim men become our allies and stand with us and stand for us, real peace will not come. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your inspirational speech. Next, I have Mr. Aydın Safikhanlı. He is the head of Ombudsman Office of the Republic of Azerbaijan. He is going to speak about the impact of Islamophobia on Muslim women and gross violation of human rights. May I again request the panelists to limit their speeches to 5 to maximum 7 minutes. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, distinguished moderator, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to highlight it. It's an honor for me to be only man speakers among beautiful, intelligent, and brave women in this panel. And secondly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the conference participants for the interesting, effective, and productive discussions that they have had over the past 2 days. I would like to mention that the discrimination in all its possible forms and manifestation is one of the most common forms of human rights violations and abuse. And it affects millions of people every day, and it's one of the most difficult to recognize. Freedom of religion and religious tolerance are fundamental values in the world, but acts of discrimination based on religion have not yet disappeared. Religious intolerance is often linked to racism and xenophobia, especially Islamophobia. Today, Islamophobia manifests itself in various aspects and results in gross violation of human rights and freedoms. The effects of Islamophobia on women were more serious, and urgent action were needed to address such situation. I would like to draw attention to the restriction imposed on the freedom of thought, conscience, and religions of Muslim women. This includes restriction of the dress of Muslim women and multi-type forms of discrimination. In defending the freedom of choice of Muslim women, international organizations must find solutions that would help protect their fundamental rights. The denial of the rights of Muslim women occurred in the context of the growing Islamophobia in Europe, particularly in France, a problem that disproportionately affected women who were easily identified as Muslims. Many European countries had law prohibiting the wearing of religious dress, and Muslim women are also faced indirect pressure from political discourse, social expectations, and the media. This is a gross violation of the right to liberty. Restrictions on religious clothing are often justified with the framework of the naturality that appeals to people of the faith, but in reality they are directed only against Muslim women and part of the broader debate about that Islam is incompatible with Western values. Stigmatization and stereotypes of Muslim women denied them a voice, ignored their diversity, and incited hatred that led to harassment and violations. This is evidenced by the increasing number of violent attacks on Muslim women wearing headscarves, as well as the experience of discrimination at work in other areas of life. Such cases of discrimination violated the fundamental rights and freedom of Muslim women, including the right to education. For example, in 2004, France banned the wearing of religious symbols, including the hijab, in schools, and in 2010, it extended the ban on wearing head covers in public places. In a television interview, French Minister of Education, Gabriel Attal, announced that his decision to ban the wearing of abaya dresses in schools. He said that it's impossible to determine the religious affiliation of students at the entrance of the class only by their clothes. The representative of ASEM, French government, Olivier Véran, also supported this view, calling the abaya not only religious dress, but also a political statement. All this shows that Islamophobia is a French state policy. Muslim women face violations of their fundamental rights and discrimination on the basis of both religious and gender. Numerous examples show that Muslim women bear the brunt of its intersectional nature of discrimination in their daily lives, also living in societies where gender discrimination remains a major problem. However, for Muslim women, gender discrimination is often masked as an attempt to promote gender equality, arguing, for example, that women in burghs cannot be free. These arguments deny Muslim women the right to self-determination and rarely allow them to speak for themselves. In modern Europe, we are now faced with a situation where prejudice based on religious, on gender, and considered illegal, but an exception is made for Muslim women. Politicians who do not consider it permissible to interfere in the choice of women's clothing often make judgments about the dress of a Muslim woman. We are deeply concerned that the gender equality proclaimed in the European Union is threatened by increasingly blatant discrimination based on religious beliefs. And some European countries must take a firm stand against any form of religious intolerance and gender inequality. The ban of hijab spread to other fields of the life. Athletes representing France would be barred from the wearing headscarves during the 2024 Olympic Games in Paris because the French way of approaching secularism and religious symbols, according to the French Minister of Sport, Amélia Castera, who highlighted the representative of our delegation in our French teams, will not wear headscarves. Implementation of such policies through institutions legitimize Islamophobia across various public and private sphere and promotes negative attitudes and discrimination towards Muslims. Despite the United Nations declaring the face veil ban as a violation of human rights in 2018, calling for France to review its ban on full face coverings and criticizing the latest decisions on the
Mr.
2024
Safakallı, could you
Olympics
please conclude?
as a discrimination against women, the government continued to justify these restrictions in the name of secularism. These facts also show the extent to which France has complied with its international obligation. And at the end, I would like also another issues to which I would like to draw your attention is the special protection of women in international humanitarian law. However, I would like to note with regret that Islamophobia is one, again, leading to discrimination and gross violation of the human rights of Muslim women under the international humanitarian law. As we know that international armed conflicts, women are among those protected by the Fourth Geneva Convention relative to the protection of civilian persons in time of war. In these circumstances, they shall benefit from all provision which ensures the basic principles of human treatment, including respect for life and physical and moral integrity, in particular, the prohibition of coercion, corporal punishment, torture, collective punishment, repression, robbery, and hostage-taking. I would like to note with regret that for some reason, these commitments have not been taken into account with regards to Muslim women, and that Muslim women suffer most from war crimes. I would like to inform you that thousands of Azerbaijani Muslim women have been killed and subjected to violence during the war crimes committed as a result of ethnic cleansing and the genocide policy purposed by Armenia against Azerbaijan in recent decades. And the Azerbaijani woman was killed and subjected to violence for the reason that they were Muslims and they were Turks. All these crimes are clear manifestation of Islamophobia and Turkophobia. As can be seen, the existence of Islamophobia is the cause of gross violation of human rights and freedoms, and each of us must join our efforts to prevent such cases. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
And sorry.
Next, I have Professor Susana Mangana. She is a professor of Arabic and Islamic Studies from the University of Deusto, Bilbao, Spain. She's going to talk about unveiling the complexities of gendered Islamophobia, navigating media narratives, women's agency, and societal paradigms. Very interesting. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, how are you doing this afternoon? Because all of us are here, we are very stressed. She told us only 5 minutes, but my 5 Spanish time, 5 minutes are not going to be your same 5 minutes. I'm telling you that from scratch. And because I flew from very far away and I did have my paper prepared and my presentation, I want to do my job right, okay? On the other hand, I believe that I'm the only non-Muslim woman here in this panel, or non-Muslim person, right? So maybe some of you may be a little bit interested in knowing why I get into this big trouble of talking about gendered Islamophobia, right? Sorry, my native language is not English. Normally I speak quite correctly, I think. But because I have to rush so much, now I am very nervous and I want to say many things to you, right? Because we are here not only to say the diagnosis, I repeat this once and again, we are all aware of the Islamophobia, we are all aware how this has a negative impact on women, Muslim in general, but women in particular. So I want to go beyond that, and I want to talk about some, I wouldn't say solutions, some people call it remedies, tips, whatever you want, but me being a Christian and a professor, I think I do my best to stand up against hate and Islamophobia, and also discrimination against anyone built on race or on ethnicity or on religion, right? So I will very quickly skip. I had a video for you, but I mean, it's only a 3-minute video, but I don't want to consume that time. So if you want to take a picture, then you can watch it at home if you want. It's on YouTube, so it's very easy to get it, right? Then I will not explain what gendered Islamophobia means, because we already know, and we've discussed this for the last 2 days, so I think most of you are very well aware of this negative attitude towards Islam in the West, or in many countries in the West, not all of them, of course, but also how by easily identifying women because they wear their hijab, then they, the most illiterate, or I would say uneducated people in the West may think, okay, she represents Islam, Islam is a threat, and they link Islam with terrorism. I will not go into that because it will take another 10 minutes of my time, which I don't have, okay? But let me just tell you a little bit of my experience. I've spent the last 20 years, almost 20 years, it's a long time. I spent them in Latin America, down in the South. I bet all of you know who Messi is, right? Well, close to Messi's Argentina, I was based there and I was teaching there. I was the only professor with an academic background teaching on Islam and on Middle Eastern issues and women's studies, whatever you want, history of Islam and the divisions, sectarianism, everything. Okay, so at the beginning, I was a rare Spaniard talking about Prophet Muhammad down in Montevideo in Latin America. But very quickly, people understood that I had something important to tell them, and it was a different discourse, a different narrative from the narrative they hear from the US or Canadian or the northern hemisphere in the West narrative. Okay, so let me tell you that I'm also a political analyst for many media outlets, CNN in Spanish and many other big channels you may know, like France 24 Hours, but in the Spanish service, okay? So people started to relate my voice, my discourse with listening to a different bell, okay, about Islam. So I'm also very sad to say that although these countries like Brazil or Chile or Argentina don't have historical colonial ties with Middle Eastern countries, they still reproduce, because they don't have the knowledge, they don't have the expertise, they reproduce the discourse and the narratives from the media outlets in the north, that is in the UK or in France or in Canada and the US. That is why I thought I had to do better. I had to do my own share of responsibility, because it is, let me tell you, I'm a little bit suspicious and tired of when people come on here on the plenary sessions and they all say, they in the West, them in the, who's they, who's them, who's they? It is us. All of us have to do something. We can all do our role. I'm a professor, I'm a communicator, I'm a political analyst. This morning I did my radio column. I talk about the conference, I talk about Baku, Azerbaijan, all of you guys, without you even knowing. So that's how I communicate, and I stand up against Islamophobia every day. So I think we can all start thinking of changing. One tip I have for you, one recommendation. We have to change the portrayal of Muslim women, because why don't we ever see people like this? Beautiful women, veiled, covered with their scarf. But of course, we have to also understand that many women in the Muslim world, for example in Azerbaijan or in Kazakhstan or in Tajikistan, they will not wear a veil and they still have a right to claim they're Muslim, right or wrong? It is right. So we have to understand that when the media only shows pictures of women with a veil, they're already forgetting half of the population of women's population who are also Muslim, and they don't necessarily want or need to wear a veil. So we need to change that. How do we do that? By calling the press. Yes, it is time consuming and it doesn't pay money. But you know what? After they take 5 phone calls from me, they don't want a 6th one. You see how I talk? Right? So they do things better. And not only that, we have to remember that they always portray women as being oppressed by their family, by their fathers or brothers or their husbands. I mean, it is proof. I mean, I have here the records and the figures, but I don't have the time to read them. But I mean, Pew Research Center and other university journals in the US, they monitor very well the cases, and they found out that the US media, because I'm concentrated on the portrayal of Muslim women in the media in the West, the media in the West tends to talk about how much suffering the Muslim women have from their families in the West, rather than talking about the problems their own women have in the US, right? Black Lives Matter and other movements, indigenous movements across the American continent, also towards the South in Latin America, which I know very well. So they concentrate on demonizing Islam and communities in the US without thinking, what are our own indigenous women's problems, without having to signal the others. Right? So that is something that we have to change. I like that scarf that says, judge me by what I have in my head and not on my head, okay? I don't wear a veil and I don't feel a sinner, okay? I'm not a sinner, I think. And in any case, it's not for any of you guys and women to judge me. It will be the Lord who judges me on Day of Judgment, okay? So enough discourse about the hijab. Please, I'm fed up with it, all right? So we have to go beyond the discourse of the hijab. And let me tell you another image that the media always portrays, as you've all said, is that women need to be saved because they are oppressed. Oh, poor little woman with her hijab. I don't feel I need to be the savior of any Muslim woman, right? And I believe they can really have, they're outspoken, all of you. I mean, this panel is full with women that can speak for themselves. They don't need me to give them voice. That is something that, second tip I give you, or third, I have already forgotten, but I mean, probably the third one. You can all tell the media in your countries that they need to call on more Muslim women's voices. They need to amplify. It doesn't mean that they don't have to call me, because I think it is a very powerful message that me, being a Roman Catholic and a foreigner, says, look, Islam doesn't mistreat women. It is certain individuals, just like we have individuals in our societies that kill their women once they are divorced, okay? And I cannot just say, all Spaniards kill their women. All men kill their wives once they get a divorce. That's not, I mean, generalization is very, very dangerous, and you all know that. So I think we have to counter those prejudices by saying, listen, enough of this talk about submission and being silent. Women, when you care to listen to them, you have to sit down and listen to what they want to wear, and what type of solidarity they want from us. They don't necessarily want us to be saving them all the time from some danger that is up in our heads, all right? And let me just tell you something that I found in one of the books in the US, because the US also has positive things. Let me tell you, I mean, they have great libraries and people really with money and fundings that I never got and I will never get in my universities, to spend years even writing this type of books, like Sylvia Chan Malik's book, Being Muslim, and she talks about colored women in the US. This is another thing I want to ask you. Did you know that back in 1923, when this picture was taken, it was the time of the boom of jazz, and it was the revival time for the black folk, right? And they wanted to convert into Islam because they felt it more natural, more like natural and close to the African culture that their ancestors had. So these four Muslim, it was written with an O, not with a U, these four Muslim black women in the US, they posed for this picture in 1923. Islam has become indigenous to the US culture, just like it is indigenous to Latin America, because the Spanish conquerors that went to Latin America with Columbus, on those boats we had Muslim people that also continued to practice their Islam, even if in hiding sometimes or in hidden conditions, but they practiced Islam in Latin America. So there is a media responsibility, and we need to make sure that communicators, that journalists learn their facts. And let me tell you something that sometimes you forget. All of us here, we know the stuff about Islam. We know the difference between an Arab, a Turk, a Kurdish person, and a Baha'i. And I'm mixing on purpose, ethnic and religion. But most people, most citizens in France, in Spain, in Italy, in Portugal, they don't know the difference between those terminologies, like they don't know the difference between being an Arab and a Muslim. So we have to start from the very, very basic beginning. That's how I start my classes, with geography, with putting on the map where Islam is, all right? They don't even know the figures, okay? Some people will tell you 5 million, 500 million. Very rarely I get 2,000 million people, which is roughly the Muslim population today. So, where are the other Muslims who are unveiled, and they're never, Muslim women, I mean, they're never portrayed in the media? And also this question that I keep getting, where are you from? Sometimes they ask colleagues of mine in Spain, where are you from? Well, let me tell you that we have Spanish women who were born in Spain from families who practice Islam, so they are Muslim and they're Spanish and they have the same citizens' rights like I do. They're not victims, they're citizens. And as citizens, as persons, we can all claim our rights to our government, okay? And also, when they ask them, where are you from? Oh, I'm from here, from Madrid. Yeah, but originally, where are you from? Well, what do you mean by originally? I was born here. Many Muslim women in the US or in Canada, I know it's a very different situation to, for example, Spain and the Spanish Muslim community there. But I mean, you also have to remember that when you talk about the West, you make gross mistakes. You make very, very gross generalizations, and very grave. Because you say, oh, the West. What kind of West are you talking about? Poland, Hungary, Portugal? We're too many countries, right? Not only the EU, more countries that also have Western culture, like the whole Latin American continent, okay? And so, another tip I give you, we have to work with guidelines. If you go to a newspaper or you go to a set of newspapers and media outlets and you tell them you want to give them guidelines to combat or to curtail Islamophobia, of course they're going to reject you. You have to disguise it and say, I want to give you diversity guidelines, because nowadays in the West we are also worried about LGBTQI+ communities. We are also worried about Afro-descendant people. We are worried about, how you call it, fat phobia, will you say? Gordophobia, yeah, fat phobia. There are people who are like me, gaining extra kilos every day, and we say, we don't want to be rejected. Can I not be your model? Can I not be like Claudia Schiffer in my time, right? So we have to talk about diversity. And there are guidelines, and there is in Spain, we have an observatory for Islamophobia in the media, and they're also working with the European Union and with fundings to also install this methodology, monitoring the newspapers for positive articles, negative articles, articles that contain language that can be Islamophobic, especially adjectives, okay? So the tip I'm giving you, the recommendation, I've done it myself, and it functions really well. Let me tell you, just because you're a journalist, it doesn't mean you know history. It doesn't mean you're a good guy or woman in international relations. You don't know your geography. So you have to start from the beginning. Not every single journalist wants to be Islamophobic or mistreat Islam, or they don't want to disinform. It's just they don't have the time to do the research. Let me tell you, I work with the newspapers, with the TV stations. You don't have the time to work and study. So sometimes they just go, yeah, I will try to finish quickly. But it does function if you work with journalists. If you convince them that they have to use different pictures. Sometimes it's not the wording, sometimes it's the image that accompanies the title of the news, right? If it's always veiled women with black garments and always in a very defensive or submissive position, of course you are portraying women in the wrong sense, all right? And also I think we need to create different narratives, like built on different powerful narratives, storytelling. We have a lot of women who are leading role models in the US. You have politicians, whether you like their discourse or whether you like what they say or not. Rashida Tlaib, Palestinian. You have Ilham Omar from Somalia. You have also like scholars like Asma Lemrabet from Morocco. She speaks wonderful French and wonderful Spanish. You have also to bring into your classroom like I do. I don't talk about the Quixote anymore. I don't bring narratives from Spain or from South America. I bring narratives from Iran, from Turkey, especially women's voices. You have people who are dead, but also modern day women who are writing poetry, very good poetry and short stories. And it's good to expose the students to that narrative, okay? So that contributes to positive change. Let them also write their story, put them in first voice, and bring, we call them human bibliographies, libraries, human libraries, I should say. When you invite 3 or 4 women to your classroom and you give them 15 minutes each, real 15 minutes, not 5. When you give them that time and you get the students around these women, then they can interact and ask questions in petit comité, you know, they can ask questions in a small group, and that is very, very powerful, and it does change the view of our Western audiences, okay? And also like resilience. There is a lot of agency out there. There are a lot of advocates and activists. HEART, for example, an organization, an NGO in the US with Sahar Pizard. She does a great job with, she had a problem with her gynecologist. Many times she had quarrels and rows. So she decided to create this NGO to feed different literature to doctors so that they don't say, oh, this is normal suffering because you are curtailed by your religion, because of Islam, because of the Quran. No, come on, talk about sex openly. The Quran talks about how men and women can enjoy to have pleasure through sex, right? So there is a lot to be done there, but you just have to stop thinking about us being the victim and try to be positive towards change. Because as someone said this morning, Islamophobia is here to stay. And I know you are thinking that I'm taking too much of my time, but please, let's not forget women in Gaza. While we are talking about women and gender women, Palestinian women, 63 women die every single day. And we're not doing, our countries, none of them are doing enough to stop this, all right? And just the last sentence. Remember, half of the world is women, and the other half is our fathers and sons. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have two more speakers on the list. Next is Professor Zora Arfina. She's from Indonesia. She's a forensic psychologist and associate professor at University of Indonesia. She's going to talk about causes and measurement of Islamophobia, a psychological perspective. Please stick to the time limit. Thank you
so much. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Zora Sukabdi. Thank you for all the event organizer to invite me here. I'm from Indonesia, the largest Muslim population. We have 250 million Muslims, and my background is in psychology and psychometry. I myself is a forensic psychologist. I'm going to share a bit about my research on causes and measurement on Islamophobia. In my work, we use and make tools to measure human behaviors so the construct can be quantified, objectively measured, and systematically compared. It's undeniable that the sentiment and stigma towards Islam are means of seeking attention. People who state their hatred against Islam or Muslim usually gain fame because of it. And according to my research, the psychological causes of Islamophobia is that the person have a prejudice and hatred as a result of nurturing process. The factors can be emotional maladjustment from the beginning, from childhood, social likeness, and cognitive and social development, and also social identity. And also there is another factor, there is a social cognition, which is such as a stereotype, and also in-group and out-group way of thinking that you are there, outside, I'm in this group. So the border that create the social cognition that someone is maybe less than us, or someone else is worse than us, something like that. And then the fourth is social cultural, such as conformity, objectives, and also interests. I would like to state that location become the critical point in analyzing Islamophobia. From yesterday, we heard people from the West stating their experience. And how about in Indonesia? Because we are Muslim, largest Muslim population. So how come, is there any Islamophobia in Indonesia? So the location is the key. There are types of Islamophobia. There are external Islamophobia, which is non-Muslim against Muslims. And another type is internal social Islamophobia. That's called internalized oppression, or Islamophobia from within, or internal Islamophobia as a result of Western propaganda, colonialism, and secularism, especially in Indonesia, because during the Dutch colonial, the people who insurgent fighting against the Dutch at that time is called terrorists, or someone that is radical. And then until now, we're still adopting that the terminology for someone who is out of mainstream, so radical or extremist, something like that. Internal Islamophobia is demonstrated also through some behavior, such as criticism of specific Muslim practices. Like, for example, certain outfits, like niqab in Indonesia, for example, and some ritual or tradition, and which are actually portrayed negatively by the Western discourse. This is the key that to identify, usually the target of Islamophobia is the key is the visibility, because the person is very different than the rest of the population. So it's, for example, that is people who have a different from the mainstream is called barbaric or primitive, or maybe someone who wear like a black niqab is called as a low educated, dirty, weird, smelly, pathetic, scary, etc. And for Muslim women, usually they are being perceived as like being oppressed victims of abuse. That's why they have to wear black and black, something like that. And that maybe because of they are victim of abuse, they are able to handle some hostility, some negativity. So I would like to explain about, in forensic psychology, we always make indicators before we measure some behavior, like happiness, for example. How do you measure happy? Oh, by smile, or the face is, all the muscle is relaxed. So every behavior have indicators in psychology, and this is the indicators that I found during my research about Islamophobia, which is in the mind, and then in the emotion, and also in the action. Of course, there's a debate about this, like, oh, some experts say Islamophobia only in the action. If it's hidden in your emotion, it's not Islamophobia. But some experts say that, no, combine all, cognitive, combined with affection, also with action. So this is how we measure, I mean, my tools, IMOS, Islamophobia scale, to measure Islamophobia, which is in the cognition and emotion and actions, targeting some distinguished appearance in Indonesia, tradition, also symbol. The item is like 44 items, and this is the result of my research. So 92% of a Muslim in Indonesia show no signs of Islamophobia, but 7% they show some prejudice, fear and rejection toward certain Islamic symbols, tradition, and also some distinguished appearance by Muslim in Indonesia. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, I have Ms. Tanya Said. She's Associate Professor of Sociology at Lahore University of Management of Sciences in Pakistan. She will talk to us about vulnerable fanatic securitizing discourses of Muslim women across the global north and south.
Thank you. The pressure is on. I'm literally the last one, and I'm keeping you from a city tour. But rest assured, 5 minutes, and you will leave. So my work on Islamophobia moves between two geographical contexts. My earlier research focused on England and the experiences of Muslim women, in particular British Muslim Pakistani women studying and working there. My more recent research explores South Asian diaspora networks, including India and the Indian diaspora, and the increasing legitimization of Islamophobia under the current government of Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Bharatiya Janata Party, with their push towards Hindutva, especially a Hindu India. So what I'm going to do today, given that I've reduced it to 5 minutes, is to focus more on the Indian case study, since we already learned quite a bit about the UK context. The one consistent framing of Muslim women that is evident in these two contexts, and this has come up in the presentations today as well, is the way that Muslim women are oxymoronically portrayed as both vulnerable to what is stereotyped as primitive religious practices and oppressive Muslim men, quote unquote, while also being seen as fanatical, an extremist ideological and physical threat, where the hijab or niqab is perceived to physically disrupt the ideological space of an enlightened Western civilization on the one hand, the UK being a case in point, and again we've heard examples from there, and a physical and ideological nuisance to what is portrayed as the native indigenous religious identity of a Hindu India. This framing is what I've called the vulnerable fanatic. While local dynamics, as the last speaker here mentioned, inform the experiences of Muslim communities, including Muslim women, there is a universal vocabulary of surveillance and securitization that can be found in the counter-terrorism strategies of countries across the global north and south, particularly when it comes to their Muslim population. Again, something that we have heard about and learned from our esteemed panelists throughout this conference. But after all, it is no coincidence that one of the biggest propaganda machines for Israel, as it continues to commit a genocide of the Palestinians in Gaza, is coming from India, in particular Hindutva trolls. So Islamophobia in the context of India has to be understood in relation to the history of Hindus and Muslims, especially their experience of guess what? British colonialism, and the eventual independence struggle that resulted in the partition of the Indian subcontinent and the emergence of Muslim-majority countries. The existence of Muslim-majority neighboring countries that are often viewed through a lens of betrayal and hostility by Hindutva supporters, particularly in the context of a Hindutva India, believed to have been butchered during independence, reinforces an atmosphere of suspicion of the Indian Muslim community. Hindutva also emerged through the colonial experience. Christoph Jafferlo, who has worked a lot on Hindutva in India and the diaspora, notes, and I quote, how Hindu reformers in the 19th century invented a golden age for their religion in reaction to the proselytizing agenda of the European missionaries. In the 20th century, Hindu nationalism became, I quote, structured in opposition to Islam as Indian Muslims became more politically active during the Khilafat movement in 1919, and tensions rose between the Hindu and Muslim communities. Hindutva intellectuals such as V.D. Savarkar codified the Hindu nationalist ideology in this period when he published Hindutva, Who is a Hindu? For Savarkar, I quote, India is a Hindu nation in its cultural essence, and all religions that have originated from outside its territorial boundaries, Islam and Christianity, are alien to it. Muslims had no place in Savarkar's India, who, I quote, compressed Indian history into a single-axis narrative of non-stop Hindu resistance against Muslim invasions and tyranny, end quote. Savarkar's Hindutva has shaped Hindu nationalism in India today and the suspect status of Muslims in India. It was Savarkar's followers who set up the Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh, RSS movement to defend Hindus that actually forms the ideological basis of the BJP, the political party in power. So Islamophobia in India needs to be understood as a process of othering where for the BJP government and Hindutva supporters, the end of the process is a violent denial of the Muslim identity and its place in Hindustan. As historian Manan Ahmed Asif argues, I quote, to be a Muslim in India today is to be a problem. The Muslim is a theological problem, a social problem, a cultural problem, and critically, a geopolitical problem. The geopolitical name of the Indian Muslims problem is Kashmir in the northwest, Pakistan in the west, and Bangladesh in the northeast. In such a context, Islamophobia manifests in different ways, structurally through policy and legislation, but also in the day-to-day lives of Indian Muslims. Because of the time limit, I will present one example of such an instance, the hijab ban in the state of Karnataka in India. In 2021, a government pre-university college in a city in Karnataka prevented 6 teenage Muslim students from attending classes because they were wearing the hijab. This institution previously had no problem with the hijab as these students resist, which is why it's important that now at this point is when they're having that problem. As these students resisted the ban, they were met at the campus by scores of boys wearing saffron, the color most associated with Hinduism, and shouting slogans like, Hail Lord Ram, who is an important Hindu god. In February 2022, the government of Karnataka, I quote, issued an order banning clothes that, quote, disturb equality, integrity, and public order, which allowed other institutions in the region to ban the hijab, resulting in clashes on campuses and protests across India. The students filed a petition with the High Court in Karnataka, which in March 2022 ruled against them, claiming that, I quote, wearing of hijab by Muslim women was not a part of essential religious practice in Islamic faith, but rather a cultural choice, with schools having the constitutional right to prescribe a school uniform, okay, to which the students cannot object. 2 minutes? Oh, okay. So this is to which the students cannot object. So while the High Court focused on uniforms in educational institutions, the generalization about the hijab that is based on their interpretation of Quranic translations sets a dangerous precedent. This is evident in the way the Karnataka government, it's a BJP majority government, went beyond the ruling of the court and extended the ban to teachers who were forced to remove their hijab in order to keep their jobs. This atmosphere fueled Islamophobia beyond educational institutions. Muslim women wearing the hijab were prevented from entering shops or using ATM machines. They were abused on public transportation and in their day-to-day lives, and this has been documented by various reporters and scholars. As soon, even within the 7 months, one of the scholars documented how Muslim female students have dropped out of school. Some who can afford to move have transferred to private institutions, while others have been forced to remove the hijab, often feeling uncomfortable with their peers and teachers. Now, in the UK context, again, I'm not going to talk about it a lot because of the time constraint, but I will say that whaling, whaling is obviously a problem there. The panelists have spoken about it. But, and this is something that has grown even more recently. Just one point, just yesterday, I don't know if you've been following this, but a pair of the House of Lord Young of Norwood Green suggested on International Women's Day that Muslim women should remove their hijabs for an hour to show solidarity with their sisters in Iran. I mean, just the rhetoric and just the assumption, it itself is, I would say, mind-boggling, but clearly we know we have a deeper problem. So in these with all these examples, the idea of it is clear that the idea of the vulnerable fanatic lives in the imagination of public, media, and political actors from India to the UK. But what I have shared today is just one part of the story. Muslim women continue to stand up against such Islamophobic rhetoric and behavior, from Muslim women leading protests in India, as was seen in the case of the Shaheen Bagh protests. If you haven't followed, please do look it up. To Muslim women and allies continuing to mobilize and march in millions for an end to the genocide in Gaza. As much as Islamophobia is real, the resistance against it is equally, if not more strong, in both India and the UK. So I will end on that positive.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Said. Thank you. And that brings us to the end of our discussions, and I want to thank all the panelists. And in concluding all what was said during the panel, I just want to say that it's clear that women, unfortunately, are the primary and most vulnerable targets of Islamophobia, and much really needs to be done in this regard. So I want to skip the Q&A session unless they're really burning questions. It's burning? Okay, so you can... Yeah, okay, because we're really behind the schedule, so please keep it short and up to the point.
Okay, I just want to thank the panel. Thank you so much. If all the other panels had actually stuck to time, this one would not have been as rushed. So thank you for sticking to time as well. My name is Dr. Rizwan Sabir. I'm an associate professor at Liverpool John Moores University in the United Kingdom. My question, short comment and question is to Anila Ali. Okay, closer. There we go. There we go. So I'm Dr. Rizwan Sabir, Associate Professor at Liverpool John Moores University in the United Kingdom. My question, or rather my comment, and then my question, is to Anila Ali. So Anila Ali, you said you're one of the founders of the state of Pakistan. You're connected to the family of the state of Pakistan. As a British Pakistani, I'm always very proud to meet Pakistanis who are connected with the founding fathers of that nation state. I would be awfully curious to know what the founders of that nation state, who have completely rejected political ties with the state of Israel, which is currently carrying out a genocide against the Palestinians, would make of your leading of a delegation to Israel and meeting with the president of Israel and standing with the people in the United States of America, a country which has given you citizenship, would make of your comments about Israel and standing with the people of Israel as they commit that genocide against the Palestinian people. So my question to you is quite simple today. What do you make of the 9,000 women, Palestinian women, who have been systematically murdered in a genocide in Gaza? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I suggest we take another question from the lady in the front, and that's it. We're not going to take any more questions. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the panelists. My name is Dr. Sahar Kamis. I'm an associate professor of communication at the University of Maryland, College Park. I'm also a scholar of gender and Islamic feminism. And I just wanted to comment on the Save the Muslim Woman syndrome and the internalization of Islamophobia, and connect that also to the media discourse. We cannot ignore, for example, how the media has been handling the Mahsa Amini case and being so critical of Iran for, the actions of the Iranian government and imposing the veil, and rightly so, because I don't believe that anybody should tell anybody else what to wear and what not to wear. But look at, for example, how they're handling the case of France and the ban on the hijab and the niqab on France and women's activism, things like the campaign which said, hands off my hijab. You can clearly see the differences and the gaps in terms of the media handling of these two different cases, and how you can see the colonial and imperialist discourses of discrimination. When we talk about women's rights, we have to include all women, not just some women. And we have to be aware also of the internalization of Islamophobia when we talk about things like the hijab, not to echo the claim that the hijab is the equivalent of women's silencing or oppression. We have to be careful about that as well. So my question to the panelists is, what could be some of the strategies that can be put in place in order to make sure we are countering the destructive and counterproductive internalization of Islamophobia, as well as the Save the Muslim Woman syndrome and their echoes in the media? Thank you.
Thank you. So the panelists, whoever wants to go first. Yeah, okay.
So to answer your question, the gentleman in the back there, my grandparents and my father, the founding fathers of Pakistan, would be very proud today, because my father and my grandmother, one, believed in the unity of people of Abraham. They believed in finding solutions to problems. When Pakistan was founded after a bloody partition, they did not come to Pakistan and teach me to hate the Hindus, or after 1971, to hate the Bangladeshis. They did not teach me to go back in history and live in the past and be resentful for 75 years. They brought up a generation of empowered Pakistanis. My father, when I moved to America, came and told me, look at the example of the Jewish people. They have succeeded in America. Learn from them. They are Ahle Kitab. And as for your concern about taking a Pakistani American, Black Muslim American group of leaders from America, after that, we all believe in finding outside the box, non-violent solutions for Middle East. We all cry for the children of Palestine. We cry as much and the same for the children of Israel. The women who were slaughtered by Hamas, who broke the ceasefire, right? They broke the ceasefire. They have been ruling Hamas for since 2015. It's facts. I'm sorry, it's fact. 2015, Hamas won, and since then, they have controlled that region. I have met with the people, Hanan Ashrawi, Nabil Saad, the people the men who actually opposed to Hamas and ran for elections. They told me that we have corrupt leaders, the same problem that you in Pakistan have. And yes, we don't want to give bombs to children, we want to give books. We want them to flourish like the Israeli children and live side by side like we as children of Abraham were meant to be. We need to find outside-the-box solutions. And yes, my family would be extremely proud, and I'm sure up in the heavens they are.
Thank you. Any more comments from the panel on the questions that were raised? Any more panelists? Yeah, please, go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to Dr. Sahar's question. Thank you for that. And I do think what you mentioned is an important point, and I do believe you see young women from the Muslim community actually already involved trying to counter these media narratives, sort of playing a part. But of course, the whole Islamophobia is structural. Islamophobia is systematic. And it does, the way Muslims have to put up with microaggressions every day. I mean, just with the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza, the way Muslim journalists were sidelined by major mainstream media networks in the US is a testament to the extent to which Islamophobia and anti-Palestinian rhetoric and narrative and structural discrimination exists in these systems. So I think, I mean, the struggle is gradual. It won't happen overnight. But I do believe that we actually do see examples within the Muslim community where you are now seeing role models for also young Muslims, you know, journalists who very much are on the screen who were not there decades ago. So I think that there is something, sort of, you do see that kind of change taking place. Yeah.
I also want to comment on your question, but please, I kindly request the people at the back not to make so much noise. You don't realize, but it's really like talking in a coffee shop here. We are at a conference. If you really want to discuss or have a chit-chat, you may as well step outside. It's really difficult because we're very constrained by time. Well, let me just answer. I thought I had gone over that, but of course, with this stress that I'm carrying in my head, maybe I wasn't conveying my message clearly. As I said yesterday, and I repeat today, not everything that we do in the West is also to be blamed. I know many, many colleagues of mine, and I am myself taking care about that. When I go into a classroom, I teach them. I teach them, like I said, from the beginning, from the geography, from the history of the origins of Islam and Prophet Muhammad's message and everything. And when we come to talk about women's issues and gender issues in Islam, I teach audiences, whether they are 18-year-old ones doing their undergrad or postgraduate or master programs, whatever, or even adult. We have adult people that come to classes in the evenings, and they also want to know facts, not just hearsay or just rumors. And especially they want to get away from the narratives from the Northern Hemisphere narrative in the media outlets. So I think it's very important to teach them right from wrong, to teach them that every single woman in the Muslim world has the right to choose for herself, not her father, not her brother. Of course, you do get certain cases like Afghanistan, which is a very rare case, but I mean, most women that I know in the Muslim world, and it is quite a few of them, they would fit this room, I bet, well, they choose freely. I told you I can speak to you in Arabic, in your Egyptian Arabic dialect, and I've lived and I learned my Arabic from your country. So I know that very well myself. But again, we have to admit that you have to bring all these complexities into a classroom. You have to explain to them that a Muslim woman from Morocco, from a city like Rabat, is not the same as a girl in the fields of Pakistan or a girl not being able to study in Afghanistan. And those that prevent women in Afghanistan from being educated are not Western people, it's their own men in their country, okay? And let me just, I don't want to really stir up a lot of chaotic time here, but I think I am obliged to say to my colleague here in the panel that as much as we have to be careful not to fall into Islamophobia and narratives that are prone to hate, we cannot fall into the Israeli narrative as well. They have occupied the land. They have... Sorry, just a minute. They have occupied the identity of the Palestinians. The first families I met in Palestine when I was very young and learning Arabic were Christian Palestinians. And because they have been very clever at occupying that cultural identity, they have convinced many, especially far-right wing leaders in the West, that by supporting Palestinians, you're actually supporting Hamas. For the Israeli discourse and narrative, if you call for a ceasefire, you are defending the terrorists of Hamas, which is not the case. Hamas doesn't speak for all the Palestinian people. And also, I think it's important to remember that that narrative is very, very dangerous because it's dehumanizing the population. And this is a genocide, whether we like it or not. And Palestinians form and educate their children because, as many Palestinians told me, the only thing I can give my children is education. That's their passport for a future. So they don't feed them bombs, they don't feed them arms. I can put my 4 children at risk for that I'm saying right now. So we have to be clever and we cannot fall into that trap. I've been called anti-Semitic. I've had the Jewish community in South America calling the rector in my university to expel me, to terminate my contract, and I think it's very, very unfair. Sorry.
Thank you. Ms. Zara, you wanted to say something, but briefly, please. She wanted to respond to the question.
I'll be so quick.
The question.
Yeah. Just two very quick points. First, thank you for your question and your comment. when I became elected, I realized the importance of having a voice, a very loud one, and using it. And I think the only people that can really change the future for Muslim women is themselves. And when we speak confidently, articulately, and eloquently, and use our intelligence and brilliance, which we all have, you'll find it's amazing. But that was only possible thanks to my very supportive colleagues who happen to be men that made the space. So whilst this conference has lots of diversity, how strong it would be if every panel had more women speaking, how strong it would be when our media interviews are done by women, how strong would it be when we show the diversity of who we are and challenge and challenge and challenge them. Otherwise we reinforce, oh look, there's no women there, they don't see us, so they decide who we are. And in reference to the second conversation, you have to admit it has been the most engaging panel, if anything, is that these are very difficult times for all of us as communities. And the only thing that we have to hold true to is doing and holding truthful to is the truth of what we know is before us. And all of us as leaders have to have that voice for the people of Palestine. We know what they're suffering, we know what they're enduring, and it's an international human rights abuse with global solidarity. So all I would say is that when we speak about this topic, let's do so in the forum to go somewhere and to defend the cause and with that full solidarity, not to, I guess, in some ways fight ourselves, but let's also make sure that we're honest about those truths and facts and the occupation for 75 years that we are now continuing to witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, the panel is adjourned, and I want to invite Dr. Farid Shafiev and Mr. Ravan Hassanov also. Yeah? No? Okay. For concluding remarks. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, and I will speak on behalf also of Ravan Hassanov. I thank all our panelists. You can take your seats, and we were concluding the conference. Just with some of the things which is happening right now during our last panel. I always, and my approach was that let's keep all discussion not personal, though it's always personal views, and always there is some personal stories behind that, but not allow personal attacks. Because I know from my own experience, if you just look at my tweets, which I do on Twitter, on X, and 80% of replies, it's the trolls. Trolls from Armenian network which go insults. I don't reply, I just ignore them. So that will be my advice. Overall, I think this discussion, which we had for these 2 days, important discussion, manifested indeed the complexities of the subject we have discussed. It manifested the importance, the acute problems which exist. And in my introductory remarks, I said that there are geopolitical events, especially in the north, Russian-Ukrainian war, and in the Middle East, which affects all of us. And God forbid if something happened in the East, in Southeast Asia, or something else, in Africa. But that's the reality of today's world. We are living in a very fragmented world. This is the second exercise. Hopefully, we will continue this. What also I would suggest for those who are interested, because I received different feedbacks, okay, what's the next? Besides hopefully next year, 2025, another conference. As I said, we would like to have more collaboration, maybe to create this sort of WhatsApp group or the email network, and to share our views how we can promote both public advocacy, because we have a lot of practitioners here, the politicians working for different governments or worked or working now, or to have this academic network, collaboration. I know that there are many think tankers here. So to do something together, it can be joint reports, it can be op-eds, it can be articles, or we can collaborate on holding panels like this, a very important panel on international forums where a number of conferences in Doha, in Antalya, in Europe, in Munich. Maybe we can put together some of the subjects related to Islamophobia. And by the way, what I also noticed during this conference this year, that we also criticized the situation in Islamic countries, some gender issues, so that we are not limiting only to what's happening outside of Islamic world, but what's happening inside Islamic world. On that note, I will read the joint communique, and I hope that it will be approved without debate because we are late. But before just reading, I would like to thank all participants, some of them flying from far corner of the world, from Latin America, from the United States, from Indonesia, from different parts of Middle East, Asia. So thank you for coming to Baku. Thank you for endorsing and supporting us. That's a big applause, deserves everyone. I also would like to thank, again, I'm speaking on behalf of two organizations, but of course, maybe speaking here on behalf of AIR Center, I thank Multiculturalism Center, but also everyone in Azerbaijan, Baku Initiative Group, G20. We thank you very much for your support, and also we cannot forget about our interpreters, translators. Big applause to them. 2 days. Our technician teams, hopefully some microphones will be working better next year, but thank you very much. And of course the people who served us lunch, coffee. Big thank to Fairmont Hotel and the management. And now I will read the joint communique. I'll try to be quick. The Center of Analysis for International Relations and the Baku International Multiculturalism Center, in partnership with the G20 Interfaith Dialogue Forum and Baku Initiative Group, held a conference titled Embracing Diversity, Tackling Islamophobia in 2024 in Azerbaijan. Starting in 2023, this is a second conference which was organized in Azerbaijan with the aim to contribute to combating Islamophobia in all its forms and manifestations. The conference included the address by His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Mr. Youssef Al-Dubi, Assistant Secretary General of Political Affairs of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and Professor Cole Durham, President of G20 Interfaith Dialogue Forum. As President Aliyev underlined, we are witnessing the portrayal of Islam as a potential threat with doubt, discrimination, open hatred against the Muslims becoming increasingly widespread with each passing day. As stated in the UN Resolution on International Day to Combat Islamophobia, rise in instances of discrimination, intolerance, and violence directed against religious communities are the source of concern. In this regard, the conference participants, recalling the Resolution 12408, 2022, adopted by the UN General Assembly, proclaiming 15 March as the International Day to Combat Islamophobia, emphasized that Islamophobia had emerged and developed as a new form of racism that includes, among others, discrimination, stigmatization, and inclusion in all areas of life. Among the participants of the 2 days debate were many officials, spiritual leaders, expert academicians, among them Mr. Hikmet Hajiyev, Assistant to the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Sheikhul Islam Allah Shukr Pashazadeh, the Chairman of the Caucasus Muslim Board, Mr. Khalid Omar Mohammed, Director of the Center for Civilizational Dialogue at ISESCO, Dr. Dodik Arianto, Head of the OIC Islamophobia Observatory, and many other dignitaries, scholars, and media representatives, total 130 delegates from 31 countries. The participants of the conference discussed matters of intersectional approach in the fight against Islamophobia and coordinated efforts to promote tolerance, peace, and respect for human rights, and religious diversity, problems emanating from the theory on the clash of civilizations, narratives on conspiracies, digital Islamophobia, and discrimination in higher education. The participants acknowledge that Islamophobia and Orientalism, in all of its complexity, have deep root in the history of European colonialism and emphasize that discrimination policies still continue in Western Europe, including in France. The discussant condemned the desecration and destruction of Islamic heritage in the context of Islamophobia. The participants condemned the attacks on cultural and religious monuments, including against the statue of Khurshid Banu Natavan, Azerbaijani poetess, which was installed in the city of Evian-les-Bains in France and removed after the act of vandalism, while the French authorities took no action against the perpetrators. The participants also underlined the gender-related problems within the context of Islamophobia, entrenched prejudices against Muslim women, including in the higher education institutions, and called for women inclusion in peace and security agenda and promoting women's agency and relevant social programs. The participants call on stopping to disseminate the prejudices and biases on Islam and Muslim through mainstream and social media, which are leading to undermining the foundation of inclusive societies. This phenomenon became especially worrisome in Europe and North America in the context of geopolitical tensions and conflict in Eastern Europe and the Middle East. The conference reiterated the primary responsibility of international organization and national government to expand the existing legal instruments and policy measures, which are not enough to counter stereotypes on Islam and Muslims. The participants agreed to further enhance cooperation and collaboration in the area of combating Islamophobia in two main directions: at political level and through public advocacy, and at media and academic level through launching programs and projects to tackle discriminatory narratives. And we're adding last sentence, the participants have also visited the city of Shusha, the cultural capital of Azerbaijan. So that will be in the program tomorrow, but we will include in joint communique and will distribute that accordingly. If there is no objection, okay, we agreed on that. Thank you very much to all. And in the evening at 7:30, we have several groups, yeah, Ravan, in two groups for dinners. So that will be arranged accordingly, and one group will be in Manzara restaurant at the very picturesque place in Baku. Thank you very much.